Welcome to Ouray, the outdoor recreation capital of Colorado. Nestled deep in the San Juan Mountains, Ouray is often referred to as the Switzerland of America, and it's easy to see why. This quaint mountain town has a population a little over 1,000, but this weekend, the eyes of the world are on it. And why, you might ask? This is the world-famous Ouray Ice Park, and today, the best ice climbers on the continent will be competing with only one thing in mind. Welcome to Ouray, and welcome to the 2022 edition of the Uiaa Ice Climbing North American Championship. It's day 3 of the Uiaa Ice Climbing North American Championship. Thank you for joining us for the league finals, where we will see the top-ranked men and women from the competition battle it out to take the title and call themselves the champion. Hello, folks, and welcome to Ouray, Colorado. My name is Liam Lonsdale, and it's my absolute privilege and pleasure to be here today presenting what promises to be an epic finale. Before we get started with the competition, let's take a moment to look back on the qualifying rounds of the event so far. Whilst this is a North American championship, we had several international athletes who put in stellar performances. Haruko Takayuchi of Japan and Czech athlete Aneta Lozetzka both made it into the top 3 spots for the women's competition. After her win at this year's Ouray Ice Fest, Shirley is still holding strong in first place. But don't count out former Ice Fest winner Buhay, who's also a top contender. For the men's competition, Kempny is vying for first along with Keenan Griskim. Bergman is the standout story of the competition, who qualifies for finals. In the youth competition, an electric atmosphere fueled exceptionally strong showings from Landers Gaydosh, Connor Bailey and Maple Damien, who all topped their routes well within the allotted 15 minutes. And everything changes today, with new routes for both the men and the women as we prepare for the finals. And alongside me in the booth today is none other than mountain guide and Ouray veteran Vince Anderson. Vince, good morning.
Good morning, Liam.
Vince, you know this venue better than most. You've been a setter here, you've been a competitor here. What can the athletes expect today?
I think they can expect a lot of fun, that's for sure. It's a nice day and a very unique route because of the nature of it being on a natural ice and mixed climb. As a matter of fact, it's going to compete on the original competitive route here, Dizzy with the Vision, set in 1997 by Jeff Lowe, in addition to the modern artificial route above that. So I think the unique challenge of combining those two should make for a pretty interesting thing to watch.
Love that. It's going to be some interesting heritage today. And it's not just Vince and I on the job. We also have a third member of the team, Ice Coop climber, Courtney Taylor. She's down in the canyon. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning.
And Courtney, you've been climbing down there the last few days. How are the conditions? What are the athletes going to be expecting?
Oh gosh, it was really cold and brutal the first couple days of qualifiers. We had people climbing in negative temps, but today it's beautiful, the sun's out, and the ice condition has improved, so we should be in for a good show today.
Love that. And Courtney, we're going to come back to you shortly after the first athletes have climbed. Speaking of athletes, let's take a look at the start list. You'll see there's 11 climbers there. We'll talk about that shortly, but first out will be Jessica Perez of the USA, followed by Junko Sasagawa of Japan, then Lindsay Hastings, Ryan McCauley, Aneta Lozetzka, Angela Limbach, Buhay, Lauren Chartel. Czech athlete Aneta Lozetzka will be following her, and then after her will be Haruko Takayuchi. And last but by no means least, our first place qualifier is, of course, Shirley. Vince, we should be able to take a quick look at the route, actually. In fact, we've got our climbers ready. I love that. Ready to go is Jessica Perez. She'll be our first climber today. You'll see she's starting down there on the ice. And then tell us a little bit more about that route, Aphrodisiac it's called.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, they will be on the route Dizzy with the Vision, but they'll actually combine that with another adjacent climb called Mighty Aphrodite, hence the combination Aphrodisiac, which is what she's starting on right now on the ice. She'll climb up, probably the first 25 feet or so on the Mighty Aphrodite route, and you'll notice that at that point they all traverse to the right a touch onto this Dizzy with the Vision, which makes up the right side of that rock buttress there until they get on the ice at the top of that.
So the ice section actually, would technically be the easiest part to climb. But what we see is these athletes using these very aggressive tools, and so they're having to adapt their style slightly than how they might normally climb on the ice, correct?
Oh, yeah. It's an interesting evolution in how, the ice climbing, as you mentioned, is technically the easiest part of this, and the most difficult being these very athletic moves we'll see them making on the route that was set on the top. However, the tools that are made to perform best on the most difficult portion of the route, ironically, do the worst in the ice. So you'll see people taking their time, being cautious on the natural ice, but generally speaking, they should all navigate it fine, if just a little bit slowly.
So here she is at the bottom of that mixed section now, so she's off the ice and we'll move on to the rock, and that is one of the things that makes Ouray a unique competition venue. So Jessica will climb up through this rock section, and from there, once she's kind of hugged that arête, she'll be up onto that upper structure. And of course, the athletes are against the clock, and so time is of the essence.
This being timed will certainly make them want to be a little cautious of how slow they want to go on the ice, and it was good to see Jessica there make her way through that pretty quickly, and she's just now transferring onto the rock. So as long as they keep that in mind, that there's a little bit of ice, but they got to get through that, then they'll have time to spare on some of these portions here.
The athletes will have 10 minutes, the ladies, as they climb this route. And she's making those first moves now on that rock section.
Way to go, 25! Looking good!
You'll see a lot of the athletes here, where Jessica is a little rock slab. Sometimes it's probably a 50-50 split. Some of them like to use their hands and rock climb it, and some will just use their axes, as she's doing, into the cracks on the rock. There you go. You see she uses her hands too. So these folks should be well familiar with the fact that it's not just using the ice axes. You can use whatever your hands too.
So here she is, and you see there really nicely exactly where she is on that route. She'll be following those long extended quick draws. Makes that clip there. Oh, commentator's curse.
Yeah.
There she goes, makes that clip nicely, and she'll traverse up and right, climber's right. She'll follow that seam feature that you see just above her head there.
Yeah, what you'll notice on a lot of these, particularly where they've extended those clips, those are to make the rope run smoothly as they get higher. And from an efficiency standpoint, it makes your job as a climber a lot easier to clip them more near your waist. Of course, the mind will tell you you want to clip them above you, so you get that added bonus of protection. But as you noticed with Jessica there's just a little struggle making that clip. So. And
of course, sometimes there's a tactical element to it as well. The quick draws counting towards the points.
Yes.
Getting that clip early can be the difference. If you suffer from that pick pop that you weren't expecting, having that clip in, whilst it might have been a nice psychological boost, can also be a score boost as well. 6 minutes left on the clock for Jessica Perez. She starts to move up that seam feature now towards the next quick draw, and she's about halfway through this mixed section and just under halfway through her allotted time. And I would expect to see the athletes following Jessica moving a little faster through this lower section, such is the way with the rankings.
Yes, this route has been used for the last decade or so as the essentially kind of the warm-up to the main event up top, and we typically see folks completing it in 2.5 to 5 minutes max for them to have a good shot at the top.
Oh, and there she goes, little pick pop. So that's a low fall there for Jessica, but a great effort.
Yep.
First time.
You can see she just popped off unexpectedly, which often happens here in this sport. At least she's smiling.
First time in the North American Championship finals. And yeah, a great effort indeed. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights of that climb there. So that was her moving off the ice section into those first placements. How secure are those placements, Vince?
The lower ones there are pretty good. As I mentioned, this route's been climbed in competition for a decade, but you know, more than that, you know, hundreds of ascents. So those holds have seen a lot of axes in them. That move right there she's making, it is the largest move on the route, that span, and often folks with lesser wingspan do find that to be a little tricky. And I think what happened is she didn't get the axe into the best position on that next hold. You kind of have to wiggle it a little bit to find just the right spot.
So I see Courtney down there with Jessica. Let's get the first impressions of our first climber from Courtney and Jessica.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I'm down here with Jessica Perez, one of my fellow Team Ice Coop members here. So she's just coming off the route right now. Jessica, how did it feel to get up there, especially compared to our normal environment in the Ice Coop? How does it feel to be out here in the Ouray Ice Park?
It feels great. I love this venue. I love the rock. I love the ice. It's a nice warm day, which is a huge change from the last 2 days. So,
excellent. Have you been able to spend a lot of time here training and practicing on Mighty Aphrodite or Dizzy with a Vision?
I was down here 2 weeks ago at Ouray Ice Park, and I got to climb the route then.
Wonderful. Well, it was so much fun to watch you. Way to get up there and way to kick off the event.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Jessica. We're going to send it back up to Liam.
Cheers, Courtney, and thanks to Jessica. You see, I mean, it's so beautiful. That's the thing I have to say, Vince, about Ouray. I arrived on Thursday. Of course, last year we were fully remote, so I didn't get to see it in all its glory, and I was just blown away. This place is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot. It's really one of the gems of Colorado, and you know, the ice climbing is kind of just a good excuse to come down here and see an otherwise wonderful place.
Absolutely, and there is that structure designed and built in Ouray, Colorado. Absolutely stunning piece of engineering. Weighs several tons. I need to double check my notes, but it's really heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy, and it's, you know, it's hard to tell. It's all hollow behind there. I used to set the route there, and I'm familiar with what it's like getting in up above and on it, and it's kind of interesting in how it's just hanging over.
And there's our next athlete ready to climb. Number 23 is Junko Sasagawa, Japanese athlete. And as she approaches the ice, let's quickly talk about those 11 athletes that qualified. So, of course, in a standard final, the best 8 athletes will qualify. But since this is a North American Championship, the UIA rules state that there must be 8 North American athletes in the final. And since 3 non-North American athletes, we had Junko, we had Aneta, and we had Haruko, since they qualified above, we still have to take 8 with them, and so it would be unfair to kick them out. So that's why we have the 11 women. Thankfully, in the men's comp, all North American athletes, so they stick to the standard 8. And here she goes. So moving up that ice at the bottom of the route. And Junko is a World Cup climber.
Yes.
She will have climbed on ice like this before. The rock in the middle, like I said already, that's the unique part of the route. That's the part of the Ouray experience that you might not get in other competitions. And then that upper ply section set by Marcus Garcia, that's where we'll kind of hopefully see her come into her own.
I would suspect so. You can tell that she's done some speed climbing, the way she's moving efficiently, but cautious enough. And the way things go nowadays, most of these competitors are going to train mostly on indoor structures. So the rock element can be a difference maker for a lot of these folks. I suspect a lot of them in advance of this were aware and spent a little bit of time getting used to it. If not, most of them probably came here and climbed some of the other routes around here to get used to this particular type of rock.
For sure. Junko's from Tokyo in Japan. And we asked Junko why she's here. You know, this is a North American Championship, but it's of course open. What made her come and compete here? And she literally said, I love mixed climbing. You know, that was it. That was the only reason that she needed. So it's truly wonderful to have her here.
That's enough said. Just true love of the sport. That's good to hear. We'd love to see that with the folks that come out here.
Absolutely. I think that's fair to say, you know, for the majority of the the athletes that we see competing that, you know, there's not really any money in this. They're not doing it for the paycheck. You know, they're really doing it for the passion and the love of the sport.
Yeah, she has really good awareness here, just where she's not being too cautious about using footholds on the rock or the ice. She looks smart. She's climbing smart. Good, and again, she's also not afraid to use her hand where it's obvious. Don't think we'll see much hand grabbing up above when the folks get to the structure. Most of those holds would be pretty hard to grab with your hands, and that's how they're made, so that axes in and of themselves can just barely hook on them. But down here on the rock, they can grab any part of it they want.
It's interesting, we had the World Championships in Sazfei last weekend, and Sazfei, of course, whilst it is a completely artificial structure, is known for their use of those rock holes. They use granite out of the river down below in the valley, and you know, we often see climbers there using their hands super frequently. Petra Klingler especially is known for that, and yeah, I mean, it translates. The athletes using rock and their hands there are doing exactly the same thing here. Junko, of course, was competing in Sazfei last weekend. Here she goes making that second clip.
Took a lot of rope out to make that high clip. And again, that strategy of, yes, getting the early clip, but also doing it efficiently. You pull out too much rope like that, you spend just a little bit more time on that lock off and the fatigue can set in. Particularly lower down here on the route. I would imagine she wants to save it for the higher portion.
Absolutely.
And here we get this area where, again, there's a larger move out right coming up.
So reaches up with that left hand, steps up with the feet there. And you see her hips pretty far away from the wall. We'll expect that need to drop to get those hips nice and close so she can reach out to the right, taking that tool in the higher grip. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So there's an intermediate hold.
That's the finishing hold.
And I'm familiar with that. That's not the greatest hold. It can be used. And someone like that who's real cautious like that and light, no problem. Good to see.
Very confident there, using her tools on those more marginal holds, makes the good clip.
Yeah, she's done a good job of reading an alternate script there, if you will, of how to climb smart.
And, you know, perhaps that's the, and whether or not it's an advantage, but the difference between the international competitors, you know, they don't have the experience of climbing this route. They don't have maybe that knowledge of the intimate knowledge, and maybe it just gives them that edge in some respects, maybe a disadvantage in others, but she's looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, great flexibility with that high foot there.
Love that heel hook.
Yeah. And now she's fully onto the Dizzy with the Vision. In 1997, when that was put up, that was this route was the essentially the top end of the sport.
Yeah. Oh, little slip.
Come on, Junko, come on.
She needs to regain that composure now.
Yeah, keep her feet on.
And I'm just struggling to see that hand, but is she on a tool? She is on a tool.
Yeah,
there.
she's got an axe placed into it. There's a little seam back there. Oddly enough, it used to have a piton that was part of the protection in the original competition. Nowadays, it's completely bolt protected. No more pitons.
Take it back to the old school.
Mm-hmm.
You get extra style points if you use the pitons.
Yeah, they actually did that for a little while, but now safety trumps style for good reason now.
So you see now the ice hanging above her, that ice curtain. That's where she's going to be making her way up to.
Great view. Good, really good position right there. Although for her, you know, when she comes around that corner and the way the sun is right now, it's going to hit her right in the eyes. That maybe it's a little bit of a disadvantage.
Thankful the sun's out though, Vince.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't think anybody's going to complain too much.
Yeah.
Because their hands won't get as cold.
Temperatures just above freezing today here in Ouray, Colorado. Of course, as you heard in the highlight package back on Thursday when the competition started, well below freezing, or rather well below zero. That's the Euro in me. Well below 0 Fahrenheit. Very, very cold. The athletes having to take all sorts of tactics to stay warm and motivated. So 3 minutes 30-ish on the clock. And, you know, she's got time.
She's got time, but she's going to have to get to that ice and then move quickly.
Yeah, we really need to see a pickup of pace, and this is perhaps where that disadvantage sets in of not having the prior knowledge of the route. The holds are ticked in chalk, so the athletes can see where they need to place those tools to make good progress, but pace is definitely one of the bigger elements here.
She certainly doesn't look fatigued, which is good. From the appearances, she looks well within her abilities. She just needs to get up a little further. On this ice, it should be easier for her to regain some pace and get onto the top upper part. We'll see all the climbers gain the wall from the right-hand side, so she will go around the right just a little bit. From our perspective here, slightly out of view.
There she is. You can see those first holds above her on the bottom right-hand corner of the structure.
Now she's climbing ice. Again, good holds made in the ice. If anything, if it gets very warm today, some of that ice could be melty. So if we see those ice pillars starting to drip water, we'll know it's softening up some. But so far, it looks really good.
And as we approach that upper section, you'll see two different types of holds on the structure, all customized by Marcus and Liam, our route setters. They're all sprayed either black or gold. Now, the women can use both colors. The black gold is set for them. The black holds, I should say, not the black golds. The black holds are set for them, and they can use those holds to climb up that structure. But if they decide they want to use the gold holds, they may. In Marcus's words, use your best judgment. The men's route is on the gold holds only. We'll talk more about that later when the men start to climb. Junko Sasagawa with just over a minute and 20 seconds.
All right, let's see what she can do with this minute and change now that she's probably more in her element now. This is good.
Okay, so Junko reaches up with that left hand onto that first gold hold. There's a mix of resin and stainless steel holds. Makes the first clip on the structure just now. There it is.
Good.
So that's the high point. Puts her in a provisional first place. Of course, we would hope to see some higher ranking climbers than that, but she's moving nicely. Takes that tool in a high grip. Drops that right knee down so that she can take that next hold. Right on the top there.
All right. She's got half a minute. She just needs to see how far she can get up this thing in that time frame. Make a few clips, get a few more holds. There she goes, good.
And now
she's reading it well.
Takes that tool in the left hand. She's got it in that front grip as she makes the clip, matches in on the upper grip there.
She's going to try to make the biggest move she can here to get as high as she can with the remaining time.
Yeah, seconds ticking down now for her. Perhaps doesn't quite know that the time is against her. Little pop.
All right.
Great effort. That's the end of her time anyway. Junko Sasagawa there with the first moves up on the structure. Nice wave from her to the crowd. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from that one. So she was moving well on that rock. She actually started much faster than she finished on the rock, Vince.
I think so. I believe just reading that upper portion is a little more difficult. Most of the climbs have gone up entirely up Mighty Aphrodite and not as much on this Dizzy with the Vision, so it's probably a little more difficult to read.
Made it into that structure, and that was her finish there, using her full 10 minutes. A great effort from Junko Sasagawa. And we are, of course, in the women's lead finals at this North American Championship. Women's ice climbing has really developed at a rate of knots over the last few years, but that's not always been the case. Let's take a look at some of the history of women's ice climbing.
My name's Kitty Calhoun. I went to University of Vermont, and that's when I started ice climbing. It seemed like an adventure. It was. What pushes me to climb is the challenge. I like to challenge myself. There weren't any female climbers when I started. This was a long time ago. don't think I really started meeting women ice climbers until I started guiding for the American Alpine Institute in the Northwest. Kim Reynolds brought me on when she started chicks climbing and skiing, and that was to get more women to start ice climbing, but to be self-sufficient ice climbers.
My name is Dawn Glantz. I moved here for ice climbing, and I've made a career out of ice climbing here. I can remember moving to Ouray in 2005, and it almost made the news that a woman had moved to Ouray to ice climb. There was just none of us here. And now, it is no big deal to see a group of ladies here lead climbing, nor mixed climbing. I mean, it's really come a long way. The ice doesn't care who you are, how you identify. You have to bring your own self to that in a unique way so that you can get up to the top and be successful. This is a much easier sport than it was even just 20 or 30 years ago. The technology has changed so much, the gear is readily available, the standard of excellence has changed so much. Aneta Perez came here and, you know, she could climb M10 and people were like, whoa. And now these kids basically do M10 to warm up. And I call them kids because I'm 46 now and they're in their 20s. They all climb at a super high level.
I'm Lindsay Ham. I've been climbing for 9 years. And in that 9 years, there was a couple of women here and there, and now we're like taking over. So it's kind of amazing. I've known Kat from like a child. Now she's a woman, I'm competing against her and seeing her just thrive.
I'm Shirley. I am a competitor at the Ice Class. People like Lindsay and Dawn Glantz. These are people I've like looked up to for years. Like my first Ice Fest, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm like competing with all these legends. There's a place for everyone in ice climbing, and I really appreciate what the Ice Park is doing, trying to get more women and more minorities into ice climbing, opening those doors, giving them opportunities.
I encourage women to pick up the sport just by being supportive, and really there's nothing to lose and everything to gain.
You know, you don't know what you can do until you try. So if ice climbing is something you've always wanted to do, then definitely give it a shot. 1, 2, 3, strap!
So we have Lindsay Hastings now climbing. Great little package that. Nice to see some of the kind of main folks of women's ice climbing, especially in North America over the last few years. Lindsay, a member of Team USA, moving now from the ice and heading into that mixed section.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that. I know Kitty Calhoun on there. She was certainly one of my heroes growing up, and I really admire seeing all sorts of folks getting out here doing this.
Yeah, it's cool. Lindsay, based out of Maple Grove, Minnesota.
Minnesota's become a little bit of a hot spot in the United States for this sport, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Kendra Stritch, who's our head judge, one of the members of the Ice Park out there, and also part of the ice farming team. Got a little, good thing going, and it's something that we've seen across North America is this kind of grassroots development that people are taking it upon themselves to come up with ice parks, dry tooling facilities, etc., etc. You know, the Ice Coop's a great example. We'll talk more about that place later. Lindsay now up onto that rock, onto the initial part of the route of Mighty Aphrodite that links up to Dizzy with a Vision. Mighty Aphrodite first climbed many years ago by British athlete Lucy Creamer.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Lucy Creamer, when she climbed this, it was protected with natural protection. Cams and stoppers and things like that, not the bolts. So it was a very bold accomplishment at that time.
Yeah, Lucy no stranger to bold climbing, you know, especially after she kind of honed her skills on the gritstone of the Peak District in the north of England. Able to bring those cojones, if you like,
yeah,
and apply it to mixed climbing.
You know, it was done in a style at the time we called head pointing, where you'd rehearse it quite a bit and then go climb it afterwards. On the traditional climbs, it took a while for that concept to really sink in. Yeah, Lindsay's doing well now. She's moving through there. This rock is interesting. It's very hard. It's like a quartzite. It's metamorphic rock, and for that, it can be slick. And a lot of these climbers that are used to the steel holds that we use on the tower there may be a little more familiar with the texture of this. It's not a soft rock like limestone where the picks almost sink in.
Sure. Here she goes, making that next clip. And as each athlete climbs through these sections, you become more familiar with it. You see that her making that second clip below the seam as she traverses rightwards towards the arête. Just over 6 minutes remaining. And again, need to see a pickup in the pace from Lindsay if she wants to make a dent in that head wall.
Yeah, she too is also making use of a hold there on what would be Maidu Aphrodite to make this span right a little easier. Oh, there she goes.
Vince, when you were competing, did you have any special routines to prepare?
Well, at the time, for me, it was everything I could do to get my body warmed up. It's so cold out that to get warmed up is hard, and when you have the isolation and you don't know how long it's going to be, yeah, so I would do jumping jacks or whatever I might be able to do, and windmills with my arms.
But not like a set thing or like a superstition or...
For me, no, not so much, other than anything to calm myself down. Like you can imagine, everybody here has got nervous tension and, you know,
Yes, Lindsay, what she does, Vince. I'll give you a guess.
Okay.
Have a guess.
I'm gonna guess she has a music that she likes, a song she
No,
sings?
Lindsay tries to pet as many dogs as she can. That's Lindsay's way of preparing for a comp.
Well, that's a good one. I think anything that can just break your mind out of the seriousness of things for a moment and gets you to behave and perform just in a natural mode, and you can get into that flow state is what you're after.
Absolutely. Here she goes, making that big reach up and right. Takes a second to shake out that hand, get some blood back into her fingers. She is in the shade there, and there is quite a significant difference in temperature between the sun and the shade.
Absolutely. It's night and day, literally, because of the radiant heat that the sun produces at this altitude. It can feel very pleasant warm, like where we are here in the sun feels great, but the moment you go around that corner in the shade, it's going to cool off.
Left pick just popped out a little faster than she might have liked there, but had a good right placement, nice and secure, and looking very relaxed here as she moves up that right-hand side of the arête. 4 minutes remaining, just over.
Yeah, she's moving smoothly. Yeah, you'll see, if it gets cold, you'll see them shaking their hands and keep some blood in them. And sometimes that also just helps stave off the pump you get in the forearms. I always found it hard to have the axe in my mouth like that. I didn't find that I could get enough air through there.
Interesting. We were just talking about this actually before we went live, and Vince showed me a great photo of all of his tools over the years. And you know, one of the things you said was the dimensions of the tool. The shafts were much wider than they are now. You know, advancements in technology of materials and shapes, etc., enabling to make smaller tools.
Yeah, they've really changed, you know, the technology and the abilities to still keep strength in the different components and reduce mass, thickness, things like that. You know, people were trying all different sorts of tricks to find ways you could not hang on to it. Some people would put little portions of bite tape. They could bite it, and we actually put Velcro attachments to part of the axe and then our shoulders of our shirt, so we could stick it on the Velcro.
So good. So just getting herself set on that right-hand side, and as we saw with Junko, that initial pace moving up and right across the rock really tends to slow down at this point. Just over 2.5 minutes remaining.
She's in a seam now. It's hard for us to see here, but she will gain ice quickly. There is a little bit of a smattering of ice on that side. Oh, foot just came off.
Come on, Lindsay.
Get back in there.
2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Looks like she's getting just the amount of shaking she's doing. She's getting a little bit of a pump right now. For a lot of the climbers, this portion of the route it's really meant to be a warm-up for them. But it's not exactly an easy climb. Warm-up is a relative term.
Yeah, of course, and a little bit of extra nerves with the competition. You know, that adds to it a little bit of hesitation. You see the ice just above her, and just above that is the structure, so it's beckoning. She's ever so close to making it onto that upper part of the route. You hear the crowd in the background yelling their support for Lindsay Hastings.
There she goes, getting her feet up high, and then she should be able to get into some ice. There she goes. Hook. Oh!
Little pop there from Lindsay Hastings, and I see one tool left in the ice, the other one far below.
The falls in this sport are often unexpected on the part of the climber.
Absolutely, and she's actually, she's jugging up the rope right now. What punishment!
She's gonna do the route setters a favor and try to retrieve them herself.
Yeah, that's punishment. How are those fingers cold? Good, jug up the rope. Maybe the belayer can give her a little helping hand.
The power belay.
Yeah. So Vince, it wasn't immediately clear to me actually what happened there. Did the left tool seem to be going into the ice and then it popped?
I think she, with that state of fatigue, she probably just had a decreased grip on that on the high ice, and with the feet cutting out, it just overcame what she could hang on to and then let go. That unexpected foot slip.
We can catch a replay of the action, and of course, this is that seam section when she's moved up and right, and then into just above the seam, they'd make that big move with the left hand, as we saw Junko do, and then they swing out with the right. And this was her getting up there on the ice, and let's look closely. So the left tool goes in. It was a foot pop. It just happened quickly, and I didn't quite catch it on the screen, but it was a foot pop. She couldn't hold it. Her left hand was slightly lower on the tool probably than she would have liked, didn't have a full grip, and she was unable to catch that foot pop and stop the momentum of the swing. Great effort from Lindsay Hastings, our third athlete today. She'll be followed by Ryan McCauley. Vince, I believe Courtney's down there with Lindsay now. Let's get a quick roundup of the action from Lindsay and Courtney.
Hi, yeah, I'm down here with Lindsay Hastings. Lindsay, that was so fun to watch. But how are you feeling? Because I know this morning you were climbing in speed. You put a tool through your thigh and your shin. How are you feeling?
Woo! Clumsy, apparently. Yeah, feeling great. Did the best I could. I've never been on that route before, so it was fun to try something new this year instead of Mighty for finals. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the medic tent, but
yeah, how's that? Did you feel like that affected you in your climb today?
I think
after
it
your
did
speed?
in speed, there was a lot of adrenaline kind of pumping through, but I shook it off before lead, so.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, that was a lot of fun to watch, Lindsay. We're gonna let you go get taken care of. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Courtney. And Vince, I had no idea about that this morning. She put a tool through her thigh and her shin.
Ouch, yeah. One of the things with this sport, it's a little different from some others, is you're climbing with objects that you wouldn't get through the security at the airport with. So they're dangerous. They could be weapons, and if you hit yourself with them, yeah, stuff like that can happen.
Those Fifi hooks, the speed tools that they use, they are absolutely fearsome. You know, they're a very downwards pointed, sharp blade. No serrations. They're very clean, which means they go in very
sharp.
easily.
Yes.
And you know, as Vince says, one of the things that does tend to happen, especially in those speed comps when you're thrashing at the ice with those large blades, is that you know, you can miss a placement or pop a placement, and before you know it, it's in a hand or a leg. Or glad that Lindsay's all right.
Yeah,
glad she was able to compete, and let's hope that she recovers well. There's Ryan McCauley, 34 years old, out of Denver, Colorado. She's lining up now at the base of the route. Take this opportunity to say a big thank you to some of the major partners that sponsored this event. Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade, that's a mouthful, would not be possible without them. Colorado Tourism Office, Colorado Office of Film, Television and Media, Colorado Lottery, and of course the city of Ouray. Absolutely essential support to put on this North American Championship here at the Ouray Ice Park. And there you see some of the brand sponsors. Putting essential prizes, equipment, money to the athletes, etc. Again, wouldn't be possible without their help. And of course, the help of the volunteers. The ice park predominantly staffed by volunteers. And yeah, they do an amazing job. Okay, so she's moved quickly up the ice, Vince.
Yeah, she motored through there. I think that's the key, and we're going to see people that that want to do well are the ones that can get through this part quick enough, and then take some time to be thoughtful on the difficult technical section above that Marcus set.
Yeah, they're just sending
It's sort of a tale of two different climbs.
While we're moving through this lower section, Vince, I want to quickly take an opportunity to talk about the area that we're in. You know, Ouray was incorporated as a mining town back in the 1800s, but of course there were people here before that, and you have a pretty in-depth knowledge to that regard.
Yeah, well, I wish I had more, but I do know the Ute people. This was their former home, and the town Ouray itself is named after Chief Ouray, who was one of them. And interestingly enough, the ice park is also known as the Uncompahgre Gorge for the river, the Uncompahgre, that flows through there. And that word itself means, roughly translated, water that turns rock red. And if you look, you'll see some muddy red water down there flowing off Red Mountain Pass, and it stains the lower portions of the rock here red. So yeah, there's quite a heritage of a variety of people that have lived and found this place home over many years.
And you'll see when we finish with Ryan, you'll actually see a short clip about Ouray. You'll see some of those red mountains, and they literally are deep red surrounding us here in the Ouray Ice Park. So Ryan moving really nicely up into that rock section now. And you see the seam above her, those hanging quick draws. It's a really nice shot that actually you can see she has to make some upward progress to then trend rightwards to the arête, and then up into the ice and onto the structure.
By and large, we consider this to be relatively safe. Of course, it is climbing. And this portion here, because it's a natural climb, it is much different than on an artificial wall where you can really control the angles and things. Where she's at now is probably the only area of the entire climb that has much danger of somebody being able to fall and hit something. Over the years, we've been fortunate nobody has. It's not difficult climbing. But these climbers do have to have the ability and the courage and the cognizance to climb smart in this section here, just to avoid what would be potential small injury if they fell and hit that rock ledge that she's standing on.
And the pace is just backed off a little bit there.
Yeah, a little bit of difficulty in this section here. Some people take a little longer to reach those holds. She's in a very good hold right now. Probably one of the best ones on the whole route.
And there's a tendency when you get those good holds to sit back and relax, but she really needs to keep that movement and keep that momentum. Makes that clip.
Yeah, you can really tell with that left axe as she moves up higher on it. It doesn't move at all. It's really lodged deep in there.
Little foot pop there, little slip of the foot. You see her looking for that placement with the front point, that left crampon.
Good. So she makes the more traditional big move right, as opposed to some of the ones we saw moving up and left a little bit onto the other route.
And look very confident doing it as well.
So that was good display of power, which bodes well for the rest of the climb if you've got that.
And let's hope she does have that power to get her up there onto the structure and through some of those moves set by our route setters, Marcus Garcia and Liam Foster.
This kind of climbing, it's an interesting process of finding the next hold, getting it, and unlike rock climbing, you can't feel it with your eye. You got to kind of test it, if you will. And then if you like it, you look down at the feet and move those.
Oh, and you see there that slight hesitation reaching with the right hand. She's really locked off on that left elbow. Not quite getting the press from her feet that she was hoping. There you go, a little better that time. Gets the weight through her feet, reaches with that right hand and places a nice right heel.
Generally good climbing movement she's displaying here. reading it well. Some of these because this route is quite, it's been around now for, I guess, 24 years, 25. Some people have actually climbed it, but not all of them have.
Well, as we heard, Lindsay Hastings, that was her first time on the route. Maybe with Ryan being a little closer to home, she's had the chance to try it before. Again, looking for those foot placements. Nice, precise footwork to set her up for this next move. Just under 4 minutes remaining now.
If she gets to this ice quickly, which it looks like she will, she'll have some time to make some progress on the panel. Probably, she could make quite a bit if this goes smoothly here the next few meters.
This particular venue holds a special place in Ryan's heart. It's actually the place that she first tried ice climbing. When asked about Ouray in particular, she said that she loves the variety of routes with options for ice, rock, and of course the competition wall. Feels like she's always pushed out of her comfort zone. Well, certainly out of it today with that clock ticking down. 3 minutes remaining, in fact, just less.
She's trying to find the best part of the sweet spot of that hold there. Testing it out. And again, that's one of the difficult things. When you're grabbing it with your hand, you can feel it immediately. With your ice axe, it might feel good, but you could be on just a millimeter of an edge and not the best part. It's not an uncommon story like hers that people were introduced to the sport here. It's a very popular place for people of all abilities, particularly beginners, to come try it out.
Yeah, over 1.5 miles of ice park for climbers of all abilities to enjoy, and multiple different guiding companies and guides around, yourself included, Vince?
Yes, yeah. I've been doing this for more years than I have it now. But and here, this is a big part of where people want to come ice climbing.
They estimate between December and March, mid-December to late March, around 22,000 climbers visit the Ouray Ice Park to climb.
Yeah, it's amazing. The very first ice festival, I was here for that, and I think maybe we had 150. I'm guessing, just how many were here, and that seemed like a lot at the time.
Yeah,
it seemed like a huge deal.
And again, we're watching that clock tick down. Time slipping away for Ryan as she's approaching the upper section of the rock and now onto the ice again. But to be able to do anything with that upper structure, I'm guessing that the athletes are going to need at least 3 minutes.
Yes, and all these little things, you see like little hesitations clipping or that it all adds up. And those that do the best are the ones that are probably going to make the least of these smaller little things.
Sure.
In addition to simply just moving quick.
And again, that's another difference between climbing here at Ouray and then, at one of the other structures internationally that are more ply-based. The hesitation that we tend to see there is people taking 2 or 3 attempts to kick in.
Yep.
And the faster athletes are the ones that kick in first time. Here we're looking at hesitation of placement, etc. And, it's all about efficiency.
And in this case, some clipping. Because of the wandering nature of the route, the rope she's pulling up there, it can get a little heavy as you pull it. That's one of the reasons for those longer slings on the clips down low. But now that she's gotten through that, at least she's now on to the structure.
And her time will be up very shortly, so let's see what she can do with these dying seconds. Oh, little foot pop there off the ice.
5 seconds.
Time up, Ryan. Nice climbing.
And that's the end of her time, indeed.
Wow, good climbing she did.
Yeah, really nice work there from Ryan McCauley. And as I was mentioning right at the beginning of Ryan's attempt, we can learn a little bit more about the city of Ouray. Let's take a look at that short video about the city of Ouray.
Ouray is nestled in the southern San Juan Mountains, about 2 hours south of Grand Junction. We're a town of 1,000 people, and the economy is based almost entirely on tourism. Historically, Ouray was much bigger. Mining was the big thing during the turn of the century. For tourism, I mean, the mountains are absolutely beautiful here. There's a whole bunch of geothermal hot springs in the area. Summertime, we've got all the hiking and all the jeeping, but in the wintertime, we have the ice park.
My name is Peter O'Neill. I am the executive director of the Ouray Ice Park. I like to call the Ouray Ice Park the gravitational epicenter of ice climbing in North America. It draws people here like a magnet from mid-December through hopefully the end of March with 150 man-made routes, very, very accessible. I mean, you can just walk up from town and try ice climbing, you know, for free. And it's a city park. How many other city parks do you know that look like this? The Ouray Ice Park is a nonprofit entity, and the Ice Fest is one of our primary fundraisers to keep the park open and maintained all season long. We also rely on donation from sponsors and then membership. People join as members just like they do public radio. The Ice Festival is a gathering. People descend on town because it's fun. Is it the Woodstock of ice climbing? I don't know if that's the analogy because people are actually walking around with their clothes on, but it's just a way to gather people for the winter and celebrate the sport of ice climbing.
Those closing shots there showing the amphitheater, and there is that red rock that we were talking about before. It's so unbelievably beautiful, directly above us here at the Ouray Ice Park. Really, really special place. And of course, Bill Witt, one of the original founders of the ice park, came here in 1991. And since then, I mean, the rest is literally history. Vince, you were saying you were here at the first ever Ouray Ice Festival.
That's right. Yeah, and it was more of a gathering of folk, like-minded people, just to share in the sport. Jeff Lowe, legendary ice climber and alpinist, organized it. And at the first one, they just had an ice exhibition. And then the second festival, they began the organized competition.
And of course, the Ouray Ice Fest continues to this day. It took place 2 weeks ago here. And prior to that, there was actually another ice festival. So this is the third on the calendar here this year. They've packed it full. It was the All In Ice Fest, which was a huge success, aimed at getting more underrepresented groups into ice climbing. Next athlete is there, just making a final tweaks to a kit. Aneta Lozetzka making her way onto the ice. And let's take a look at the standings so far. So in fourth place, Jessica Perez, followed by Lindsay Hastings, currently sits in third, Ryan McCauley in second, and Junko Sasagawa of Japan in first. And of course, expect all that to change. We're only on our 5th of 11 athletes in the ladies' finals.
All right, already you're seeing quickened pace and very precise, deliberate foot placements. Anna's from Michigan, which is pretty cool, another northern state producing a lot of ice climbers. Michigan also has an ice climbing festival.
It does indeed.
Coming right up, I believe. I didn't bring any snacks today, sorry. All right, she got up that part in less than a minute. That's what we're going to have to see for folks to have success here.
And remember, these athletes are all in isolation as well. So, you know, they, unlike the qualifiers, they aren't aware of how other athletes have done. Nope. So they don't know whether or not it's been made onto the structure. They don't know if they need to climb you know, fast, slow, precise, etc. Obviously, they'll have their inclination, and route observation happens, you know, collectively at the beginning of the event. But Anna now, who seems to be moving nicely, with a little bit of pace in this starting section. Just over 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, moving pretty well. I remember being in the isolation on a World Cup in Russia one year, and it was very cold. In no matter centigrade, Fahrenheit, it was cold, like minus 20 in the Fahrenheit. And all we saw when the other competitors finished was a few of them, the first ones coming in crying, wringing their hands out, which didn't do a lot for our psyche. I remember seeing a couple of guys I admired coming in. I couldn't believe they were curled up in a ball, crying.
Hot aches are the worst.
Yep.
And I do love that you'll call them screaming barfies here. I think that's the most apt description of the sensation.
Yeah, if you don't know what they are, you don't know what they are. But for those that do, they know exactly what we're talking about.
Oh.
I don't know that there's anything else that hurts that bad that wouldn't be an actual medical problem.
Right.
I mean, there really isn't. You're going to be fine. You'll warm up and it goes away. But the pain is certainly inordinate for something that doesn't require seeing a doctor.
It's pretty miserable. Well, no danger of that today.
No.
With the sun shining and the temperatures in the above zeros, which is always pleasant. Anna now moving off that seam and into that next hold.
She's trying to low move there. She either needs to do some power.
Oh, you see, it's just not quite sitting.
That will work. She's now on one of the original dizzy with the vision holds. But as we've seen before, more people are making a bigger move up and right, or they're making an intermediate up and left.
Yeah, other athletes getting higher on that left tool. You see there she goes. Take it. Right now she has there we go. Left hand in the high grip means that she can use that right leg to get some extra height. Look at that. She's really sucked into that hold right now.
Yeah. There that's better. That's the one.
Nice dynamic move off that upper left grip.
Oh
no!
Ouch.
She's
and
off.
She okay? Yeah, that's good. That's what you see her clipping that ledge a little with her foot, so she looks fine. But yeah, that's unfortunate. And again, one of the aspects when you come off, it's generally unexpected. I guarantee you, she's not pumped.
Such a bummer, and she did just hesitate a little on that lower move. You know, not quite convinced, not quite finding that placement of the lower, the right-hand tool. Then when she did get that move, perhaps she just worked her body. Hard to say. Let's catch the replay. So yeah, she was moving well. You know, I had high hopes for this.
She looked really efficient to me. I think that's one of the aspects of the on-site nature of this route is not quite reading it. Now the holds are marked, but you can't necessarily know where the sweet spot of them is.
Right. And as she kind of just didn't quite have that hold as she would have wanted, and with that left foot, yeah, there it goes, pops again. She had her left foot good, but the right foot was just smearing on the wall, and you know, there's no way she can correct that. Like 0% chance, and there you go, she drops off. We've got Courtney with Aneta Lozetzka. Courtney Taylor and Anna are down there. Courtney, how's Anna feeling after that one?
Yeah, Anna, how are you feeling? I know you came off obviously earlier than expected, but what was going through your mind, or what's your reaction to what just happened?
Yeah, so I've only been dry tooling really for about 3 weeks, so to make it into finals is pretty awesome, and I'm proud of where I've gotten so far.
That's fantastic.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we saw you moving though, looked really confident, nice big moves. How did the first part feel?
The first part felt okay. I'd gotten on the route a couple days ago, and I would have liked to climb it a little bit more. I was pretty happy with red pointing Aphrodite on the second go yesterday, so I think just the whole experience has been awesome.
That's fantastic. Well, it was really fun to watch. Thanks so much.
Courtney, before she goes, after only 3 weeks, do you think she'll be back?
Hey, Anna, do you think you'll be back?
There we go. We haven't.
You think so?
We haven't scared her off, which is good to hear. Amazing work. 3 weeks, Vince. Could you imagine entering a North American Championships 3 weeks after starting dry tooling?
Amazing. I think what we saw is somebody that probably rock climbs well, and that's what I like to say is one of the secrets of ice climbing. If you can rock climb well, then you learn a little bit of how to utilize these tools and how they go on. You've got a lot of the body positioning and the strength, obviously, and that transition can happen. But yeah, nonetheless, that is quite impressive. to come into the sport and do that well at this level so quickly.
Yeah, really amazing. Amazing indeed. Wow, look at that sunshine.
We were blessed one year with Sasha Julian entering our competition, and I don't know, it could have been about 3 weeks. She had a little primer probably up in Vale, where we have some mixed climbs, and then came down here. And she also did, as you can imagine, she did relatively well. But unfortunately, and unlike Ryan, she didn't want to come back afterwards. I think she's happy sticking with the rock. And
I'll have to have a word with her. I reckon we can convince her.
Okay.
Yeah.
To make a comeback.
Yeah, I reckon.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, she's been plagued with some pretty serious injuries and surgeries the last few months / years. So, yeah, maybe we can convince her to come back and make a showing next year.
Yeah, maybe this would be a kindler, gentler sport. I don't know, but maybe.
No, I don't know.
But yeah, it's cool to see when people can make that transition sometimes.
It is, and the Ice Fest really tends to bring out some of those people. You know, I mean, Emily Harrington is a very talented climber all around, and of course mountaineer as well. But she's made several appearances at the Ice Fest over the years, and I think has even won it in the past, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Emily's real good, and also when she initially started competing here, I don't know exactly, but it was relatively new sport to her. The mixed was.
Sure.
And then obviously she became quite experienced.
And there is our next athlete, Angela Limbach. Just taking her time, chilling out, chatting at the bottom of the route. No rush. It's not like we're live. Angela just warming up, making those final preparations before getting on.
What's going on with your tools up there? Left him behind, and we're waiting for him to come down.
Oh, there you go. So, Vince, it sounds like Angela actually left her tools at the top, and I do see a man in a blue jacket and crampons with a pair of tools.
Do you guys want me to talk to her while she's waiting?
Running down.
Yeah, you can't forget those. I found myself partially up an ice climb before I realized I forgot the ice screws. That's never good.
And Angela, of course, 31 years old, no stranger to the ice climbing scene, and been a member of Team USA for a good while now.
From Wisconsin, so another northern state representative.
There he is, knight in shining armor, the boys in blue.
Don't scratch him. She wants to keep him nice and sharp. And I guarantee you, like ski racing, these tools have been tuned this morning to keep them razor sharp for this.
Yeah, we caught a glimpse of that yesterday at base camp, the climbing gym in Ouray, and some of the athletes were using the bench grinder there to sharpen the points, make sure they were exactly as they wanted. There he is. Round of applause at home for the tool bringer. I don't know, I'd have started the clock and penalized her on the time, Vince. I'm pretty harsh like that.
Yeah, I guess they're being soft, which is good. We want everybody to have a chance.
Okay, Angela, don't let us down now. Let's hope that she can shrug off the distraction of forgetting her tools and get her head back in the zone. I did speak to Angela yesterday and asked her how she thought it was going so far, and she seemed pretty disappointed. She didn't do as well as she'd hoped yesterday, but had done enough to get in, and that was where she was. You know, it's one of those things, especially with multi-day competitions, where you have to be able to shrug off a bad performance. You know, you're through, and that's all that matters. Focus, refocus, and go again.
Yes, and other than when you start, it doesn't matter how you did in the qualifying as long as you make the finals. Of course, for a lot of folks, there's, for whatever reason, some psychological advantage of going later. We have seen people do quite well early on, too.
So.
And you noticed with her axes has 3 different primary positions to grab, and for the ice, she's preferring the middle of those. They do have a limit to how long you can have these.
They do, yeah. They have to fit in the box.
They have a little box your axe has to fit into, so you can have a variety of different dimensions as long as it fits into the box.
I'm just trying to see what tool she's using there. The glare off my screen is real. Anyway.
Those may be the Krukanogi.
Yeah, I was going to say they look like the Krukanogis.
The Russian tools.
Made from tank steel.
Yes, this sport is really enabled by technology from Russia, which is pretty cool.
You know what? As I look closer, they might even be the Korean tools.
Those are Korean.
Yeah. Okay, so, and that's that. You know, you mentioned the 3 primary grip positions. That's a classic feature of those Korean tools. That very high upper trigger that they're able to take and really yard on, and then the lower trigger, which is kind of a more standard position, and then the bottom one for the bigger reaches, the longer moves, and even in some circumstances, as we saw yesterday in the qualifying rounds, inverted and using that lowest gripped position to climb on the holds themselves.
That's right. They were using actually using the axe upside down,
right.
The pommel we call it, to grab some of the holds a little better. People figure that stuff out. And for a little while, you know, I mentioned in 2002 they had tools that had these big bars sticking out the back.
Right.
You could wrap your foot and leg over it, and then you know, people figure out that didn't make it sporting, and so they banned the whammy bars, we called it.
Amazing.
And all I do is I just say.
So Angela Limbach now just making that first of the extended clips on the seam.
Using the hand for the rock climb. A lot of people are on that portion. And from here up, it's most people prefer to just dry tool. Angela has been here before, so is at least familiar with this portion of the route fairly well, in addition to being in the qualifying, which utilized this.
They can only use
Some of these competitors were not born when Dizzy with the Vision was established. This is impressive.
Don't do that, Vince.
No.
Yeah, Angie, come on.
When was it put up?
1997.
Wow. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
And we saw the the junior round of the World Championships earlier.
Yes.
You know, some of those kiddos, 10, 11 years old.
They look to be, yes.
Incredible. So great to see young athletes coming into the sport, though.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to see the top end really take off as people that age are getting in early, and as they mature, if they stay interested.
Nice, Angie, come on.
I think we'll see some really impressive feats.
I mean, we have now a USA athlete as junior world champion, Keenan Griskim, who's qualified for finals today. You'll see him later. Did incredibly well. Kat Shirley as well.
Yeah, Keenan's been pretty cool to follow him, and his buddy Liam, who's a bit older, who's one of the setters here. Both started competing here when they were in their teens, and it's been really cool to see them succeed.
Okay, so Angela now moving around that right-hand side onto the arete. So Angela now just on that high left foot, stepping up, and a little bit out of balance, but yeah, solid there, got both feet back on, making the route.
She's making good use of her time so far.
Yeah, definitely faster than previous athletes. She's got a lot of comp experience. Has yet to really kind of find a lot of success in the World Cup scene.
Crack climbing with the fingers.
Love that.
Yeah.
Lay that back. But has a lot of experience, a lot of qualifiers, some semi-finals, and a lot of US comps as well. So she knows the deal. She knows you got to be fast. She knows you got to be up on that structure if you want to do well.
And she's willing to think outside the box, use what essentially is traditional climbing skill here, crack climbing.
Let's go, Angie. Come on. Places that left foot, and you see her just looking to swing those hips.
And push in and reach.
There it is. Kind of a staccato motion at the moment. Just trying to find that flow again.
Good, Angie, come on.
So just above her now, you can see the ice beckoning. Couple more moves. She actually kind of bypasses the section you see at the top of your screen, bumps onto the ice above that, and then she is, there you go, great shot there. You can see that ice on her upper left side, misses that and goes to the ice above that, right directly below the structure. And then she is truly into the meat of the route, and that's where we'll really see some scoring happen.
Yes, and it's hard to tell from the angles right here. It's quite steep climbing there, and the wall itself, just to give you an idea, is about 30 degrees overhanging. It may look flat from straight on.
And then, of course, the extension that was added last year, fondly named the diving board, that kicks steeper even further and has the hanging elements, which make for some really interesting gymnastic climbing. A lot more use of the kind of figure 4, figure 9 series moves that you see in the World Cups.
And then that's why you don't see that down here, where it's more gently overhanging on the rock. And she's got 2.5 minutes to work with, so I think we're going to see some progress up the structure on this. She's still using a combination of the rock and the ice, not just going just for the ice.
And Vince, is it fair to say that this is the kind of crux of the route, this upper part? This seems to be where everybody's slowing.
It is, in a certain sense. It's typically covered entirely in ice right there. So the holds that she's using now have not had near the traffic that the lower portion has.
That makes sense.
And so they just, as people climb them, the holds get just a little bit scratched out and deeper and more positive.
So just under 2 minutes remaining. It's about the same amount of time that we saw from Junko Sasagawa, who got up there onto that structure.
And now she's over onto the ice. These ice blobs, if you will, that are made from showering water behind the structure, they protrude out a little bit. And you can even see where the sunlight hits one. One of the main reasons they've have the climbers climb up and left a little bit is so if they happen to fall lower down on the bottom of the structure, they easily clear those. They don't want them climbing out right and falling and potentially hitting something. We don't want to have that.
No, absolutely not. Okay, so has that first hold now on the structure. And she's got a minute remaining, basically, just less. Hear that 1 minute warning being called out to her.
And when you know the clock is ticking, in this case, she will not make the top of the route. You make some calculated moves of what can I make the most out of in this last time I have? Is it a clip? Is it a high move? Or is it a combo of that?
So she steps across. She's kind of knees below the structure, directly below a tool, and you can see she's a little pumped.
Yeah.
Not in the most relaxed position. She's kind of bunched there, makes that nice reach up with her right hand. Let's see her pick up the pace now and make these last seconds count.
There you go.
Left hand up onto the next hold. She just misses it.
Close.
Got it. If she can make this clip, that will put her into first place. The clock's ticking down. Is she going to have the energy to make it? Come on, Angela.
Oh, she got the clip.
There's the clip. And so with the hold of that move, if she can swing up and secure the next hold, no, that's her timeout. So, Vince, that does put Angela Limbach into first place. Junko Sasagawa just slipping off that hold. Awesome work there.
Yeah, I think we saw her taking advantage of that efficiency she gained lower down and have a little more time to put a good effort into the structure when she got there.
Really nice work from her, and let's watch back some of those highlights. And of course, as we were saying, moving really confidently in that mixed section, slowed down in the upper section of the mixed climbing. And, you know, as we were saying, that's the less picked out part. Managed to get onto the structure with just a minute remaining, and then made that crucial placement of a tool and the crucial clip, which I believe sees her either in first or tied for first place. We'll wait to see how Kendra Stritch, head judge, scores that one. Current rank first, there you go. Awesome work there for Angela Limbach. Next up is Buhay, before she before she starts, we will hopefully catch Angela Limbach with Courtney Taylor. Courtney, how's Angela doing? Is she happy with that one?
Hi, Angela, how did that feel to you?
Kind of scary.
Well, did we just get in the way of you setting a new trend of climbing tool-free?
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. No, I was glad I had my tools. Super appreciative of folks who ran up to get them. That's how you want to start your finals route.
Courtney, tell us about the upper part of that route on the right-hand side. How did Angela find that?
How'd you find that upper section there? We know you are the current high point for the women's right now. How did those first few moves feel going off of the rock and off of the ice and onto the tower?
The plywood felt good. I was just really pumped from over gripping on all the rock. But no, I think the next ladies will do just fine.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, thanks so much, Angie. Way to go.
Thank you.
There you go, folks. Angela Limbach and our reporter in the canyon, Courtney Taylor. There's Corey Buhay. And while she gets herself ready to climb, let's find out a little bit more about last year's Ouray Ice Fest winner.
My name is Corey Buhay, and I am here for the North American Championships. I've been training for this competition pretty much since I got off the wall at last year's competition. It's been a summer of rock climbing training, weightlifting, and Wes, one of the other competitors, and I went to Russia to train for 2 weeks to try to get a leg up on the competition, but we'll see how that plays out. I ended up in first place for the women's field last year. Winning was definitely a big highlight. It's something that I didn't expect to happen.
And in first place, Corey.
In a venue like this, I mean, as you can see, it's so spectacular. Every moment of it is magical. So I think stepping off that wall was definitely a major high, and it took a long time for it to sink in. It was just an honor. I'm just excited to be here. I would say for me, keeping my head in the game, just like staying in the moment, having fun, you know, staying present and focused and not letting the nerves get to me. I feel like that's usually the tough part for me, and I think it definitely will be this year too.
Corey Buhay now climbing on that ice section. She's straight off that and onto the mixed section. 28 years old, and of course last year's Ouray Ice Fest winner, as you just saw, and did pretty well over in Europe. She placed in the top 10 in both comps that she entered in the European Cup, and didn't do too shabby in the World Championships last weekend either.
And Corey did not do as well in the qualifiers, but I don't think that's going to hold her back today. She knows how to climb well, and she knows how to climb well here in particular. So I think we're going to see some really good demonstration of how to get through this efficiently.
And Vince, do you think that win from last year will be giving her that confidence? You know, is that something that she can hold on to as a confidence booster, or is, you know, anything can happen?
Well, as we've seen, anything can happen. We just heard Angela talking about over gripping on the bottom, and everybody can do that. But my sense, knowing Corey, is that this is going to give her a big confidence boost, that she knows she can do well, and all she has to do is focus on how she does it normally.
Well, I'm really excited to see how Corey does. Let's take a quick look at where the standings are. Of course, we just saw Angela take first place provisionally. That puts her ahead of Junko, who's now in second. Ryan McCauley, who sits in third, ahead of Lindsay Hastings. Everything can change. We hope that things can change at least, especially with another 5 athletes left, Corey included. It'll be 4 after her. And exactly as we've been saying all along, what we need is an efficient, fast pace through this mixed section to give the climbers enough time to power through that upper section.
The real X factor here has been, and it will be again this year, this portion of the route. As we've seen a few people, they either slip off and or they just use an inordinate amount of energy getting through this. Corey is also using this alternate hold on an adjacent route to bypass what would be a very big powerful move out right.
And I have to say, Vin, so far she's moving well. The time doesn't reflect that, actually. She seems to be moving faster than the time would suggest.
She does. She's moving steadily. That's the important thing. And I think if you don't have to just sprint up it,
right.
But if you move steadily and you make very few or no mistakes with the placements and the clips, you're going to get up there with time to spare.
Sure. Well, let's see what happens. Hopefully, no hesitation, no mistakes, as you say.
And the time is also equals to energy. The longer you spend on the climb, the longer you're hanging on the arms.
Absolutely.
So those that do well, the time they take, it's kind of a double-edged sword. The longer you take, the more tired you're going to get when you get to that point.
So now onto that right-hand side, onto the arete.
With plenty of time.
Yeah, and that's the difference, right? You know, we just said her time's not looking so great. It was taking the other athletes maybe a minute to make those couple moves around that corner. Corey's taken 20, 30 seconds. So that, yeah, there's definitely that confidence we're seeing in her movement, and it's reflected in the pace that she's showing right now.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that she did some training with Wes in Russia. I'm really curious what kind of training they did, but it looks like it's paying off. She's got good strength. And when she's moving through here, I'm seeing her lock off. Looks great. She's just searching around. We used to call that shopping. You're shopping for the best hold you can find. And in the rock, it's harder to read. When you get on the panel, there's not a lot of shopping. You can see where the holds are. You just got to grab them correctly. But right there, there's a lot of options.
Just looking around for that correct tool placement with the right hand. Seems to be happy with that. Hold there, and you see there that hole in the rock. She managed to get one of the points on the front of her crampon, just nestled into it, holding her hips close to the arete. Yeah, really nice technique there, just to keep those hips close to the wall, keep that center of gravity in a good position, minimize strain on the arms.
Requires a lot of what we like to call the core strength. Keeping the core and the hips inside will help take just a touch of the weight off of your arms and also allow you to get a bigger reach. We did hear comments about over gripping down here, and that's easy to do. You know, all the holds are good. If you get your axe onto something, you're grabbing a pretty good handle, but it is tempting to just want to put a death grip on there.
Vince, for the folks at home that perhaps haven't climbed hard ice or hard mixed, over gripping, what are we talking about there? Are we talking about, you know, don't we always squeeze the tools as hard as we can?
Yeah, well, that's actually not what you want to grab them enough. And enough of, we've seen some people not enough when their foot slips and they had a light grip on it. But because it is the same grip, you know, eventually you're going to get pumped and fatigued. And so you want to alternate which finger you're predominantly squeezing with. And obviously grip it the least amount you need to just to hang on. If you grip that thing tight, you're going to get real tired in a hurry. So these folks all know about over gripping, and that's just something that happens when you're a little more nervous and anxious. You grab it tight.
Corey with just over 3 minutes now, moving on to the structure, and I have to say, I'm excited. I've been wanting to see this upper part of the route climbed, and it looks like if everything goes in her favor, we're going to see that from Corey. She matches in with that right hand, left hand on the upper grip to make the clip on the bottom right-hand side.
Good job. She's moving confidently and very deliberately.
Oh, and a little pop off that placement there, and that's where we saw Junko struggle as well. Perhaps needs to get that left foot up first.
It's the way they're putting their pick on their sideways, so that hold favors using it sideways, and you have to give it just the right sideways.
And you see there, her taking that pick with the backhand, so in that reverse grip, allowing her to kind of keep the pressure on it evenly, to readjust the feet, take her left hand, and go into that Stein there.
So reading that really well. Very good climbing so far.
And of course, the eagle-eyed amongst you will realize that now puts Corey Buhay into a provisional first place. High grip off the left hand to make the next reach up and right. Kicks in high with the feet there, opposing that placement really nicely so that she can take the left.
And we're seeing a much different pace now.
Yeah, and that's what I expected. You know, I wanted to see that acceleration through the upper climbing, and hopefully now we'll see that from all of the athletes. And she's got that undercut hold there. Kind of as a backhand as well, Vince.
Yeah, she's backhanded in there, but it's locked in. The top of the axe is locked in well. And we're seeing she's climbing now in a manner. She's not going to leave anything out there. She's going to empty the tank in the next minute and 20. She's going to give it her all.
As I said, the ladies following those black holds, the route kind of trends up and left of her as you see her now. She'll be following those black holds onto the left side of the diving board and then off onto the boxes to finish. So let's see how she does. Makes the long clip, smart move there.
And now it's going to make the big move.
Less than a minute on the clock, and she sits that pick. Is it in? It is. Here she goes again with the left hand. And again,
smart, 45 seconds.
Just trying to figure out on that box, where does she need to get the tool to make the best moves? In that undercut position, hanging on the upper grip of that left tool. Oh, and she just pops making the clip, and that's an absolute whip. Very nice indeed. Great effort from Corey Buhay. Wonderful climbing, and our provisional first place there from last year's Ouray Ice Fest winner.
I think we could see why she won the competition in Ouray last year. She was climbing smart and climbing well.
And Vince, we're going to see in the replays now, she was confident and, as we've said over and over again today, efficient. So efficient on that mixed section, which gave her that time buffer on the upper climbs. You know, there she was moving through that rock section and then onto the upper wall. And how did that look to you, that upper section, Vince?
It looked great in the sense that we'd like to see reverse split. She climbed a little more slowly on the bottom and then had the ability to just gas it on the top.
Yeah, and this was that last move, and she was just looking for that high clip, that tool, sorry, not a tool, the foot popped, and she was out of there. In that undercut position, there was no saving that one. Great effort there from Corey, and it looks like she's down there with Courtney Taylor. Courtney, how's Corey after that one?
All right, Corey, thanks so much for stopping. I know that was a lot. But how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling a little nauseous. Hi. A little nauseous, clearly disoriented. But that route was so much fun. Yeah.
Any movements up there that you particularly enjoyed? Any of the holds that you were liking up there?
I just feel like there's a really good flow to it. Like holds are like just the right size to make you think, but you know, not so small that you're like scared. So it's really easy to like get into a nice flow, get into rhythm. And I think the athletes are probably having a really good time up there today.
Awesome. Did it meet your expectations when you were coming into this? Did you feel like you got about as high as you expected, or how did that feel?
I don't know. I was so tired that I think I made it like 5 holds farther than I expected when I got to the bottom. I was like, oh no. So I would say exceeded my localized expectations.
Awesome, awesome. Well, it was so much fun to watch. You're the new high point right now, so we'll wish you the best of luck in the final standings. We'll let you go rest up. Thank you so much, Corey. Good job.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Corey, and thanks, Courtney. And next athlete on the screen is Lauren Chartel. Before she starts climbing, let's take a look at this clip to find out more about Lauren.
My name is Lauren Chartel. My first time climbing ever, it was 7 or 8 years ago. I came to the Ouray Ice Festival. I'm from Detroit, so I had just moved out west. I didn't know anything about climbing. I showed up, took an intro to ice climbing course, and I saw these people competing, and I thought they were like the coolest people ever, and I wanted to be like them so bad. So last year was my first year competing in the Ouray Ice Festival. And I'm just trying not to think about the competition too much because I kind of get nervous climbing in front of people. So I feel like the less I think about it, the better it's gonna be for me. It is like my dream to make the podium at a Ouray Ice Festival. That would be even better than winning a World Cup to me. Just because I started at the Ouray Ice Festival, and it's so important to me. I think it's so cool, and I can't even believe that now I'm one of the people competing. It's kind of already a dream come true.
Really nice little clip there, Vince, of Lauren and her history. And very interesting to hear that she would almost rather make a podium competing in Ouray than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool to hear. Lauren doesn't live too far from here. She lives in near Rifle, which is many people may be familiar with in the rock climbing realm. It's probably the most famous rock climbing crag here in Colorado. And so
Nibar City Central.
Yeah, Nibar City. So I think the overhanging terrain here, Lauren will be very comfortable with. She owns a place I've seen about as close to the rock climbing as anybody I know that lives up there.
Wow. Well, I was chatting to Lauren yesterday, and she really emphasized how much she prefers the mixed style of climbing to the actual competition style of climbing. She's not so used to climbing comps and that kind of dry tooling style routes. So I would anticipate that we're going to see Lauren move through this section very quickly indeed.
Yes, and we are. And that you are right. The sport, as it's evolved with the competition, you do see folks that gravitate towards one or the other. Unlike the beginning, when this Dizzy with the Vision was put up, in the first competition here, it was a combination of alpine climbers, some rock climbers. It was a different deal. If you could climb at all, this was for you. But now with the specialization in it, you're seeing people that predominantly prefer the competition style.
Well, just look at that pace already. Then 7:40 on the clock, and she's already up into that section where she's moving right onto the erect. That's about a minute and a half faster than any of the prior athletes.
Yeah, she's trucking. And as you know, the provisional standings from the qualifying suggest, she did well then as well. And those routes utilized these portions. So I think that was to her advantage here.
Lauren qualified in 4th place after the Thursday and Friday rounds. 3 athletes to follow. As we just saw, Buhay was way up there on the structure. Set a very respectable 1st place high point. Lauren's going to have to put in one hell of a performance if she wants to match it.
Yeah, she's moving well here, and I think she's going to be able to, barring some mistakes, she'll be able to make it onto the structure, and then we'll see if she can quicken the pace and move efficiently like Corey did too.
And the nice thing is whereas she might not be as comfortable on that competition style as Corey is, she's going to have about 2 minutes more.
No, she'll have a little more time to cautiously calculate each move. One thing we've been seeing so far, when you do see the climbers make it to the structure, the holds are all painted black or gold, and that was by intention. There's only a few different manufacturers for holds for this sport, and the climbers do start to get familiar with them. And so to make a little bit of a surprise, as long as they're all painted the same color, they don't necessarily know exactly what the hold's going to be like when they look at it from here, when they plan it out from their preview.
And Marcus mentioned that he'd actually made a few of the holds himself as well, again, just to add to that unexpected nature of the route.
Yeah, he has a few customs. And one of the things that could happen, and probably won't, we hope not, is if a hold breaks, they'll have an identical one that they can go replace it with so that everybody has the same chance.
Yeah, let's touch wood on that one, that no holds break, but you do make a good point. They have to have, and that's one of the rules of these comps, is they have to have an identical set of holds ready to replace anything that does break. It's one of the benefits of setting with these new stainless steel holds that we see nowadays, is that those things are pretty much bulletproof.
More or less, yeah, and a lot of them still will utilize a resin plastic, but with a steel plate where the picks are actually grabbing on to make it both more resistant, but also a little more difficult to grab. The plastic, or the resin, as a lot of them will call it, your pick will dig in a little bit.
And interesting then, here we see Lauren now moving up into that structure, and for the first time on the route hesitates. You know, as if to
now she's ready to
self-prophesize.
take her time.
You know, she's moved through that bottom section with relative ease. So solid. You see a shield in her eyes there. That sun just coming around the mountain a little bit more.
Right into her face.
Right into her face.
Sometimes that can make it hard to see.
But yeah, moving nicely with at least a minute and a half more to play with than current first place Buhay had when she got to the same position. Nice clip there. See her, both hands committed to the structure, but her feet are still in the ice right now. So what she needs to do is kick in with her feet. Tricky move here, just to get up and set onto that next hold, and then she's fully on the structure and she can find that momentum to move on.
Here she's decided, okay, so she's already decided to grab it in that same position that Corey did. And she's anticipating the move out left, which is good.
Yeah, it's really nice, really efficient movement. No need to readjust the pick. Oh, and a little miss there.
She can use that gold hold as an intermediate if she wants. As we're seeing her being deliberate with how she kicks her feet, and here, since you can kick them anywhere, no matter if you get it a little higher sometimes. Ooh.
And a little slip there, but she holds
recover?
it.
She might be able to recover from this.
Oh, not quite. That's such a shame. You know what, Vince? I thought she had that there. That was a really, really good effort. She held that swing, and you could just see the shoulder losing the power. You know, as soon as that shoulder disengages, it's so hard to reel it back in.
That's correct. And as soon as the foot comes off, that shoulder only lasts so long.
Yeah, really good effort from her there. And as we were just saying, so strong on that mixed section. She would be winning on style points for me. You know, through that bottom section, she was exceptional. And then moved up onto that arete much, much faster than anybody else had a chance to. And then, of course, that little pop there, she caught it. That foot was on, then just couldn't
get it back on.
Steady herself to make that move. Yeah, what a shame. Brilliant effort from Lauren Chartel, who currently sits in second place, just getting herself untied there. And we will hopefully have a quick chat with her via Courtney. Vince, I see her tool still up there as well, so somebody's going to have to recover that as well.
Yes, they'll have someone behind there able to get it easily.
Courtney, how's Lauren feeling after that? What a great effort.
Lauren, how are you feeling?
Oh man, I'm so bummed. That was brutal.
I know, but we did see you go up through the rock section there faster than almost any other athlete. Do you have some kind of insight as far as what allowed you to just cruise on up that rock section?
I mostly just climb outside, not as much training on the plywood, so I knew I had the rock part, so I was like, just get up there, take a deep breath, and rage on the plywood as hard as I can. But just got a little too excited and lost my feet.
Well, we saw the confidence and the smoothness in that lower section on the rock. That looked great. When you were going onto the plywood there, we saw you kind of consider that gold intermediate hold and decided to go for that higher hold. What was going through your head there when you were thinking that through?
Oh, I touched that gold hold and I was like, this shit sucks. So I didn't use it.
So you just went up high there, and was that surprising? Did you feel like you had it? Were you surprised when your feet cut loose?
Well, first my hand kind of slipped, and that combined, I still had like 3 fingers on there, but that combined with the foot slip, I almost got it back, but I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. Well, it was thrilling to watch, Lauren. Way to go. Way to climb strong and stick with it. Thank you so much.
Is my toe going to be up there or down here?
Thank you so much, Courtney, and thank you to Lauren, and congratulations on a great ascent.
We got a tool over here, Lauren.
Really great climbing from her there.
You heard her mention that she had the 3 fingers on that axe, so she was trying to minimize the grip, but that was not enough. She overcome the first hand coming off, but then you combine it with the feet, and just 3 fingers on there wasn't enough to hang on.
Well, I thought it was a really great effort, and again, you could see she was disappointed falling lower on the structure than she would have liked, but it is a provisional second place for her so far. Next climber is Czech athlete Aneta Lozetzka, who you'll see on your screen now. Before she gets started, let's take a second to learn a little bit more about her.
My name is Aneta Lozetzka, and I'm from the Czech ice climbing team. I'm so excited to be here for the fest and for the ice climbing camp. My coach used to be Lindsay Hastings, so when I saw all of the videos and photos of her climbing there back in 2016, I guess, I really fell in love with this place. I love the ice and the nature and the mountains. I'm just like so thankful I can be here. I've been training for the World Cup season Usually I'm just like training on the plywood. It's not really possible to train ice climbing in Czech Republic because we do not have ice. And also we do not have like proper structures for dry tooling. I have just like small gym on my attic where I'm training. And then every single winter I'm coming to Russia for like 2 or 3 months and I'm training in Russia. So I was like pretty scared of the ice and rock part because I am just like not used to it. I'm so excited for the comp.
Great little profile there of Aneta Lozetzka, Czech athlete who, you know, other than Lucy, is basically one of the only Czech ice climbers, certainly one of the only female Czech ice climbers that's competing, and is just so dedicated and is performing so well. She podiumed here at the Ice Fest 2 weeks ago. She did really well out in Sazfé. She's been a fixture on the circuit now for a few years on the World Cup circuits. And yeah, I just love to see it, Vince, these athletes that are just getting after it.
Yeah, it's impressive coming from an area that's not known for ice. As a matter of fact, as she said, that she doesn't have it. And as we're seeing, if you're creative, you can find a way to train and get prepared for this sport from a variety of places. And hopefully that's encouraging to see people from more diverse regions getting into it.
Absolutely, and 22 years old, she travels solo. She, you know, she relies on this community to prop her up and keep her going. And the community rallies, I think, you know, as a community, game recognizes game, right? Psych recognizes psych, and people really see how passionate Aneta is. And I mean, here she goes. She's
rock climbing.
Rock climbing,
yeah,
right
I
now.
loved hearing her enthusiasm and passion for this. This is really cool to see, and on full display now.
So Vince, we talked a little before about routines prior to the comp, and Lindsay pets dogs.
That's right.
You did jumping jacks.
I just did anything I could to warm up.
Aneta's is a wonderful one. Are you ready for this?
What is it?
Quote, I'm watching Frozen before every single competition. It's like a ritual for me. It's a lot of Frozen through the season.
Oh, that's great.
Do you think maybe she just allows herself to let it go as she's climbing?
Yeah, she gets that positivity in it. I could tell she's...
The folks at home are laughing. That went right over Vince's head. The folks at home are laughing at that one. It was a joke about a song in Frozen, Vince.
Yeah, that dates me. And unfortunately, with all young boys in my family, the Frozen hasn't made it onto the circulation
I
yet.
am not ashamed to mention that I cried when I watched Frozen. It's a great movie. And look at that. She's moving up past that clip there. Going to make that the hip nice and efficient, not worried at all about this. Oh, she's already made it. Look at that, my bad. She already made it. It seemed to be hanging so freely. Great long slings there. Makes the next clip. Nice customization of the helmet there.
Yeah, I like the pom-pom in the back.
Not the only customization we saw this weekend. Of course, Noah Bergman climbed in, wait for it, folks, a chicken suit on Thursday. More on that later. Aneta Lozetzka with just over 6.5 minutes as she climbs up this arete now.
She's cruising.
Yeah, she's looking good.
So,
and she's going to look really good when she gets on that plywood. That's where we want to see Aneta. On that plywood, on the upper part of the structure, where she can really show off her stuff, show that World Cup experience, put all that Russian training to good use. And you know, the Russians have been so dominant in this sport for such a long time, and of course the Koreans came in, and it was all about the advancement of training. You know, the Russians had these awesome facilities, structures, dry tooling, etc., that they were able to practice on. Then the Koreans built their own structures, and the Koreans came up fast. The French did the same, you know, moved out of the caves, out of the rock, and onto some plywood and started to excel. We now have a French world champion, and we're seeing that here in America. Places like the Ice Coop come into fruition, and you know, Keenan Griskim, junior world champion, Tyler Kempny, top 5 in the world. Corey Buhay, again, you know, absolute beast and performing on a world level. And that really, you know, that's what it's all about, is finding these places to train. So kudos to Aneta for finding those training spots, for getting out to Russia.
Yes, and if you can create the space to simulate what you're doing here, you can train just about anywhere. The Ice Coop, and even here in Ouray, there's a new gym here that's similar with a dry tooling style called Base Camp, and it allows people to get a feel for what this style of climbing is like when they get on the structure.
And she's got a tool between her teeth at that moment, but Next time her face pops around the corner, just look at that smile on her face while she's climbing. You know, there's absolutely zero doubt that she is enjoying every second of this.
Yeah, I like that.
Makes that penultimate clip before the structure.
She made this lower section look easy, which is great.
Yeah, and she's a little bit slower than Lauren was.
A little bit.
But a little bit faster than Corey was.
Kind of in the middle there.
Nice middle ground, but does have significantly more comp structure experience than Lauren, and so hopefully that's where Aneta's going to come into her own. I have to say, Vince, one of the hardest things about being so close to the action is not being able to yell at the top of my voice.
I know, you want to cheer for her.
I really want to cheer for her right now. Thankfully, there's plenty of folks down there doing that for us.
Sounds like we've got some good, a lot of enthusiasm here, which is great to see in here.
Makes that first clip on the structure there.
Now she's into the structure climbing.
Reaches with that right hand to make the hold on that volume there. Very small volume, like a micro volume, and then she goes for that ball.
She's the same side.
Now, interesting that she's got that kind of backhanded. She'll be able to match into that front. Oh, little pop. Catches it.
She's still on the other hold. I think she'll be able to regain it.
And that's the thing with these comp athletes, the ones that have that experience. They can stay composed, find their moves, find their core, find their center, and just keep pushing on.
There, she took it much nicer there.
There's a really great effort there from Aneta.
Clip, and she's going to make a few more moves, for sure, at least.
Aneta Lozetzka now, big reach with that left hand. Misses it first time, swings back, oh look, and she's just oh no, it's a pop, oh no!
Another unexpected fall.
Absolute heartbreak.
Really good.
Oh, that is a real bummer. Just popped off that ball there. Whoa, Vince, it's times like this that I get really down on this competition. Big slip there, and that's such a shame. So here's that first slip, and it popped, and you can see it's not a great hold, but she was able to compose herself, steadied her feet, found her center, got that tool back in a good position that she felt comfortable with. And watch this, she moved on it with good composure, but you can see it's not an easy hold to find a good position on. She's right on the tip of the pick there, just behind the edge of that ball. And then missed it first time, and watch that right hand pick now. Just watch it.
See it moving around.
Boom. Ah, she brought that left hand on, and it just tilted the weight. That weight dropped down left. Too much friction. Boom.
Little shift.
Bummer. Well, down there at the bottom of the canyon is Courtney Taylor, who's with Aneta Lozetzka. Courtney, how's she feeling?
Yeah, I'm down here with Aneta. Aneta, I know you're out of breath, but how are you feeling?
I'm really disappointed about my performance because I just did big mistake and slipped out of the hole. But yeah, this is comp and stuff like that happens, so.
It happens sometimes, for sure. Was the hold different than you expected? Were you taking it in the way that you thought you needed to and it was just a surprise?
Oh yeah, I put down my Isaacs in the wrong way and then pulled up way more than I was supposed to. So yeah, that's it.
Because we saw that you held it, you had one little slip there, you went again and just
yeah, and then it just like popped out. I wasn't bumped or anything, but the placement was wrong.
Yeah.
Courtney, this is Aneta's second competition in Ouray.
Yeah.
First time this year. Do you think she'll be back?
Aneta, so we know you've been in Ouray a couple times. Yeah. Are you going to come back?
Yeah. Actually, this is for first time for me in Ouray. I have been there like 2 weeks ago during the Ice Fest, and I really enjoyed it. Even today, it's an amazing place to climb. So I definitely plan to come back.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, we'd love to have you back,
Thank
Aneta.
You so
that was
much.
great climbing. It was fun to watch. Thank you very
so
much.
Thanks so much, Courtney, and thank you to Aneta. And those are the updated standings. Enough to see her in third place, just behind Lauren Chartel and Corey Buhay, who still sits in that very solid first place. Vince, what a wholesome athlete. Humble, psyched. Like, I just love Aneta Lozetzka. I think she's awesome.
Yeah, she's wonderful, and the positivity she brings to this is a welcome thing to see.
Absolutely. Next athlete out will be Japan's Haruko Takayuchi. She's down there at the bottom now, just making her final preparations before getting started. And she is our penultimate athlete. Final athlete out today will, of course, be USA's Catalina Shirley. There's Haruko, 37 years old, from Tokyo, Japan.
Another one of our international climbers in the finals. Good to see.
After the women's competition, there'll be a short break before we see the men's. The broadcast will continue, so don't go anywhere. Don't adjust your dial for all those fans out there. We will be going as soon as possible straight to the men's competition, where the top 8 men from the 3 days of competition, or rather the 2 days of qualifying, I should say, qualified, and the top 8 men will be vying for that top spot on the podium and the bragging rights to call themselves North American champion. Make sure you check that knot, Haruko. Placed 7th at the UIAA World Championships in Sazfe just last week. One of the things that the athletes have really been battling with, and we were chatting to them over the last couple of days about this, is fatigue. You know, traveling transatlantic, many of them were here for the Ouray Ice Fest 2 weeks ago. They then flew to Switzerland, which has, from mountain time, 8-hour time difference. They then compete in Switzerland and then have to fly straight back, of course, observing COVID-19 quarantine rules, etc., etc. You know, it's a lot of stress and strain on the body, not to mention the fact that you're actually competing in a World Championships as well. So, you know, we've definitely seen that in the athletes. They've been feeling a little tired.
Well, they've had a lot of climbing. Some of them had a lot of travel. And not to mention, we're at much higher altitude than the competition venues in Europe, being here in Colorado at 7,700 feet or over 2,000 meters in elevation, and that makes it a little harder to recover.
Yeah, we're about 400 meters higher than Sazfe, which is the highest comp in Europe. If my memory serves me correctly, it sits at like 1,700 meters, I think,
that sounds right.
The parking lot there. Car park for the English fans. So she's off the ice now and on that ledge, just waiting, prepping herself. Don't take too long to climb up onto the rock, and see she's actually sticking with the ice for the first few moves.
Which you can do.
Yeah, there's no out of bounds lines on there at all, so she can actually go up that ice quite a ways.
And then transfer over.
You hear her teammate Junko Sasagawa cheering her on there. So makes that first clip on the rock. Just less than 8 minutes remaining. Nice little crowd amassed for this North American Championship. I'm going to estimate in the region of about 100 people. It's not quite the same as the Ouray Ice Fest, which of course attracts thousands of people. Very different atmosphere. But of course, the first time that a North American Championship from the UIAA has been held here. And it's actually the only UIAA event held on the North American continent in the year 2022. So pretty cool that we're able to do it.
Absolutely. The Ice Festival having a lot more participant interaction with clinics and things like that. There's more people here, but with the competition, the higher level competition here, and people having the ability to watch it on live stream. Few less folks here.
Of course. And you know, last year was the first and in fact only year that the Ouray Ice Fest competition was streamed. Be great to see that happen again in the future. I think the more of these athletes that we see performing at a high level, the caliber of talent that we have in the US, it's only a matter of time before these competitions continue more. And little bit of a tangle there. Look at that high heel hook, Vince. Great flexibility there from Haruko Takayuchi.
She used a figure 4 there, which we haven't seen yet on that portion, which is fine. Some people are good at that, and that's what they like to do. I did give her a little bit of a tangle getting out with the heel hook. Still climbing strong. Moving relatively quickly, too.
Yeah, quicker than that kind of first 3 or 4 athletes. But still, I would say, you know, of our last few athletes that have been making good progress up onto the structure, she's probably at the bottom end of the time. But once we get up onto that structure, we know we can change the pace, we can accelerate, we can see solid efforts from our athletes.
Yes, and then it's about minimizing mistakes once you get there. Again, another figure 4. And for a lot of the athletes that are good at that, it allows them that higher reach.
Yeah, you get that bit of extra reach and, of course, that extra weight, you know. Haruko's a small athlete. She's pretty short, very light. You know, you can't actually exert that much force through those picks, especially in marginal placements. And so being able to keep the weight centered over the tool can feel a lot more secure. What a shot that was. The diving board and those bluebird skies. There we go. What a Bobby Dazzler. 5 minutes left on the clock for Japan's Haruko Takayuchi. Just reaching up to make that clip there. Climb those last few moves to make it up onto the plywood structure.
Good, she's close, and I'm anticipating we're going to see a good bit of movement on the structure.
Oh, and a little foot slip there, but regained it, no problem. Good composure. We see she's in the ice now. Very bent elbow in that left arm, and it's not the most efficient position, but the weight's predominantly on her feet there, or stood on that curtain of ice below her. You see her leaning back just to stretch out, straighten the arm, get the blood into her fingers. And I see on her wrist, she's got...
They may be hand. You can put a
Could
little
be hand
wrist
warmers,
warmer to
right.
help warm up the blood as it enters your hand.
Yeah, I
Some
was
people
thinking
use
that's
those.
what it might be.
Not 100% sure, but I have seen those. And help avoid getting those screaming fire freezes, we call them.
Oh, I don't blame her.
That
It's
might
the
be what
first
goes
time I've
on.
seen it though in a comp, I have to say.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
I
that
haven't either.
before. Smart. Okay, so she steps across now.
Now I think we're going to see that quickened pace.
Yeah, I mean, she's still got 3 minutes,
got
so
3
she's
minutes.
about level with where Corey Buhay is, about maybe 20 seconds behind her. Corey, of course, still sitting in first place. Reaches up to make that clip with the left hand, and now we see the move to that ball that's caused a couple of athletes problems. Junko Sasagawa and Lauren Chartel both struggling on that position.
She's deciding how to grab it. You can put it that way or 180 degrees opposite, as we've seen. And with that reverse grip she just grabbed, that should allow her there. She can do that. Stein pull. Good. That was smart.
And that Stein, she can really crank off now, build her feet up, and make that next position. You see her taking the rope in her hand so that she can reach high for that clip. Another smart move.
Good. With 2 minutes, she's got an opportunity to get quite high on this wall.
Yeah, she does. And let's see how she does on that next move. She's just taking a second again to relax those hands, get some blood into her fingers. Over with the left hand into the high grip. Up with the right.
All right, she's moving well.
Good placement there. Very small edge, but looks positive, so she's able to crank high, and you see that right foot. She's really able to oppose that position that she's in.
With a solid kick into there.
Nice span out left, kicks feet high again.
About a move there. She's right where around where Corey was.
She's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, great. With
1 minute,
a minute
20,
left.
yeah, it's solid, and there's that nice top-down view, and that's literally from the top of the structure. So, you know, we're gonna see her making those moves. She's up onto the yellow box.
Yeah, she's doing great.
And she looks so composed, Vince. A minute left.
Yep.
High grip with the left hand, reaches over with the right to make that clip. It's good. Corey's going to be watching closely now. Kicks in high, reaches across herself, and look at that shoulder strength, pulling down across the chest to reach entirely over herself into that next position.
Good, she's right on the block.
Shakes again, and Corey's gonna, I mean, definitely gonna be watching close now. This is the move.
Right there.
So she's gonna come, look at that.
And
She
that
skips the move.
Skips that move. If
Has
she
she
gets
seen
it,
the hold on the box though?
may not, or maybe she doesn't mind.
Wow.
Didn't seem to hold her back there. She's now moved right past that.
If she makes this clip, she's in first place.
Oh yeah.
Reaches up into the Stein.
And now, see, she's going to make that clip
still not in.
right at her waist. That's going to be, that's an energy saver.
That's
Good.
first place right there.
Yeah, she's there.
Wow.
And
Haruko Takayuchi now up onto the left side of the diving board.
That's a little harder hold to grab that one.
And this is crunch time now with the seconds ticking down. Haruko Takayuchi, the top is beckoning. She reaches up with that right hand onto another one of those holds.
Blue.
Matches up with the left, reaches behind her onto the
there she
top
goes.
blue hold, and that is the top.
That is, if she can grab it.
I think she's going to time out.
I think
She
she
did.
timed out, but that's
Awesome
great
work.
climb.
Provisional first place. Big cheer from the crowd here in Ouray, Colorado. Haruko Takayuchi of Japan climbs so well to put her into a provisional first place here. Vince, that was awesome. So composed, so efficient. Let's take a quick look there. That was the upper section. Into that Stein with the left hand, and this is where she just started to look really in a comfort zone.
very efficient, not really hesitating. I think she knew what she could do on each of those holds. And using that figure 4 up top, skipping the hold, it was just smart climbing.
Very smart climbing. And here is that figure 4, locks that left hand down to reach out right. Really nice. And then, of course, she did tag that top hold. Whether or not it was within the allotted time remains to be seen, but that does put her into first place.
Have to find out if those wrist warmers did the job.
Now
She's
down there at the
breath.
bottom of the
She's catching her
canyon
breath.
is Courtney Taylor, and she will have a chat with Haruko Takayuchi in just a second. She just needs to catch her breath. I don't blame her, that was a great effort. Courtney, that was a stunning climb from Haruko Takayuchi. She sits in provisional first place.
Yes.
How's she feeling?
Yeah, Haruko, that was so exciting to watch. We know you're sitting right now in presumed first place, but how are you feeling? What are your thoughts on the climb?
I feel so uneasy for lock route, so just I was so tired and exhausted.
You're feeling tired. We know you need to catch your breath, but that was a thrill to watch. Did you get higher than you expected today, or do you feel like you climbed about what you were thinking?
It's higher than expected.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I failed at the rock part.
Right?
I thought.
Well, what was going through your mind as you were kind of had the last few moves in sight and the last couple holds? What was going through your mind?
Just I have to take one more hold because time is so short. I have to do it.
How do you work to stay calm and to stay focused as you're climbing?
I care to my breath and hand. How to say hand?
Shaking out, shaking out with your hands.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it was so much fun to watch you climb. Congratulations on a great performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haruko and Courtney. Stunning effort there from the Japanese athlete. And of course, into provisional first place. Now, on your screens is Catalina Shirley, qualified in first place after the last 2 days. Before she fires up and gets going, let's learn a little bit more about her.
I'm Shirley. This is my 4th year competing in lead. I got started in climbing just through kind of a summer camp because I used to climb everything like trees and drove my mom crazy, and finally she said, all right, let's see if there's a place you can direct this. I was actually 7 years old, and pretty shortly after that I moved to Durango and I got started with Marcus's team. The first time I picked up an ice tool, it took me a full year to want to do it again. And finally, like with some persuasion from Liam and Marcus, I got back into it. I think the biggest thing it's done for me is given me confidence. Like the stronger I get in climbing, the stronger I kind of feel as a person, and all of the people who do it have definitely made me who I am today. Marcus is the best. He's the best coach in the world. He taught me how to kind of give my all in a competition. Marcus sets these amazing routes for us. Don't tell anyone, but I think this is my favorite ice festival ever. The qualifier, it was fun to have, for one thing, the men and women on like basically the same route, which meant it was like these big, powerful moves. It was definitely very Marcus and Liam style.
I'm really excited for my run. I'm just gonna go out there, have fun, do the best I can.
So there she is, Shirley, first place 2 weeks ago, the very prestigious Ouray Ice Fest. One of these youngsters we're talking about, Vince, you know, psyched from a young age, able to get onto tools at a young age, and, you know, really come into her own in a very early 20s.
Yeah, at 19.
Not even early 20s, the earliest of the 20s, in fact.
And 4 years, it's her 4th competition, so you can do the math. She's been at this.
Apparently I can't.
Sometimes it gets harder. It's the altitude.
Something like that.
But yeah, she's been competing since a very young age, and pretty impressive to see what this is panning out to be.
Absolutely, and you know, this Ouray comp that she did so well in just 2 weeks ago is definitely going to be a confidence booster for her today. Climbing pretty much on the same piece of rock, bar a few moves here and there onto that same structure above. And you know, as she said in that video, Marcus Garcia has been a coach. She knows his style so well. Strong, powerful moves. Shirley is in a strong position here. She's just got to keep it together and move efficiently through that bottom section, and then she can unleash on the top.
Well, absolutely. The routes that they're set, obviously, and different people set them slightly different ways. As I mentioned, the hold, there's only a few different hold manufacturers that use, but you can have different styles of moves here and there. And there is some getting used to setting style and the form of move you're going to have. By and large, they end up being just different versions of similar types of move, but you will find slight stylistic differences from one setter to another.
And that's what makes, you know, those comp structures in other countries so special and so spectacular, is they become these incredible canvases for lots of different unique moves. That's where we see the prevalence of the use of volumes, hanging features and boxes.
Yes.
Really make it more interesting.
As you change the angle, it can make it quite different here. They have it as steep as this wall will go, which is about 30 degrees overhanging here, which is plenty steep, but it's kind of what we call the mid-range. Figure fours, as we've seen, you can do, but they're not mandatory for everybody.
Sure.
When you get on those volumes that we see, some people will use hanging up, that's where that's steep for sure. There's no feet, we'll probably see some figure fours.
She's onto that right-hander rat now.
She's moving quickly through here.
Big support for Shirley from the crowd here. She's getting bigger, actually. Just under 7 minutes remaining as she makes her way up that right-hand side of the prow.
Living in Durango, it's not too far away from here, only about an hour and a half, 2 hours, I think it may drive, but it's a good chance she may have been up here before to try some of these routes in here, so she probably has some familiarity, at least with the rock type. It looks like she's climbing this well. And again, you can see the tools she has here. These are not the sorts of things you're going to see folks using on alpine climbs or on even on traditional waterfall climbs. So getting used to using those on these mixed climbs is going to be a benefit for
Same
everybody.
tools, in fact, that Angela Limbach was using. It's those Korean tools you see with that high trigger.
And a very hyper curved top to give it a very steep droop, and something that can just hook down really well.
Right, yeah, it's a really unusual shape, but it makes for a great comp tool, as evidenced by the likes of Hyung Park, Hanare Song, Won Seon Shin, all of which have been dominant at the World Cups over the past 5 years or so, prior to COVID at least. .525 on the clock now as she just slows down the pace here.
We saw this a little bit with Haruko too. She was able to make good use of the time left on top.
Yeah, that's something that we definitely saw, is as soon as you get on that upper structure, if you can move efficiently, no mistakes, that's what Haruko did well. There was no mistakes. You know, she placed a tool, moved, placed a tool, moved. And if we can see the same from Kat, then as long as she's got about 3 minutes as she hits that structure, then she should be okay, and definitely within striking distance for that first place. Now, one thing to mention is, whilst Haruko does sit in first place and would be the winner of the comp, Haruko cannot be North American champion, and so the highest ranked North American athlete will be the champ, but of course can't take first place away from whoever is up there. Kat now moving up towards that
last few moves on Dizzy with the vision.
That long clip there, the chain clip, she makes just before clipping the one underneath the structure. Steps up onto the ice. Four minutes remaining. And that's her last clip on the ice, as it were.
There she goes.
So right tool onto the bottom right-hand corner of the structure. And she's going to quest up and left. And basically go from bottom right to top left. That's how the women's route goes. A little bit of a weave in the middle, a couple of spans. But what we need is efficient movement, decisive movement, confident performance.
She's also backhanding that one.
Interestingly goes for that.
It's all right, we've seen this work.
Yeah, the tool from the right-hand side, and it worked for Haruko.
And then moving across, if she reads it into a, no, she's gonna mix or go right through that. That was good too.
Really
little
good.
More reach.
And she is a little bit taller than some of the other athletes.
So we'll climb a little different.
Confident up to that left hand of that volume. High grip with the left hand on that tool, up into the right placement on that little edge there. Opposes it nicely.
Now she's moving quickly.
Yeah, you just see that sequence there, super efficient. Reaches back across with the left hand.
We used to call this hook and book. You get the last portion of your climb and you empty the tank out and go fast.
So she's in that undercut position now on the volume. Reaches down for the rope to make that clip.
Nice. She's got time to do this.
Up and high, left hand onto the corner of that yellow volume. Matches high right hand grip.
2 minutes!
Big yells there from the crowd. Just letting Kat know that she has time.
Making that clip.
It's a
so we can make a few moves. Occasionally you see her put her hand behind her back, almost as if you're reaching for the chalk bag. Some of these rock climbers, it's a habit when you're shaking out.
And you can see on the top right of your screens, that's the top-down view. So that's the camera that's mounted to the top of the structure, looking down at Kat, and you can see very clearly that blue hold. That's the last hold that she's going for. So she's got a few more moves before she gets up there.
That out.
Oh, a little pick pop with the left, but still composed.
She stayed on it. There she goes.
Now, let's see what she does here. Ouray Buhay went up and left to the underside of that triangular volume you can see in the top left of your screen. Haruko Takayuchi, who sits in first place, went right with a fig 4.
She is also going to use the underside of that with the reverse grip.
Nice swing out. Really nice.
She figured that one out.
Open hips, strong body position. She's looking really, really good right now. Just less than a minute remaining. In fact, 45 seconds on the clock. Reaches down to make that next clip. Now, to remind you, she needs to take that top hold and make the clip to be in first place.
Use the volume. Did not see Haruko do that.
Into the figure 9. Reaches up with the left hand. She's on the top hold on the box.
And now she'll go for the finish hold.
That's the first hand on the hold, and has she got enough in the tank and enough time on the clock to match? Kicks in hard, matches it, can she make the clip? Ladies and gentlemen, Catalina Shirley is your new North American ice climbing champion, and what a finish! Incredible effort from the 19-year-old athlete. The crowd goes wild, and rightly so. Vince.
Fantastic climbing with the best at the end. She definitely went for it there. You saw her punch it at the end.
Yeah, that was absolutely awesome. Just picked up the acceleration through those last moves. And this really summed it up. You know, she came into this finals today, qualified in first position, but you can see why. Moving through that upper section, she was strong, she was secure, she was decisive, everything you would expect of a champion. Absolutely sensational stuff. And right at this move, that's when it looked like it might really be in the bag. There was enough seconds for her. Was she gonna make it onto the volume? Was she not? And look at that, big 9, super calm, super collected.
Yeah, really good to see how quickly she moved on the end.
And flicked into that 4 like it was nothing, back into a 9 to get to that top hold. Wow. The future is bright. The future is Cat Shirley. Big smiles as well. Don't you love to see it?
Yeah, she knew she did it.
And just a second, hopefully we'll be able to catch a few words from Kat. There she is. She's just having a minute. Rightly so. She's earned it. She's earned a minute. We'll be able to grab a few words from her and Courtney. No pressure, Kat. The world's waiting. Courtney, what was your impressions of that before we finally catch her?
Oh my gosh, yeah, we're just waiting for Kat to catch her breath here, grab a little bit of water. She's definitely earned it here. That was so thrilling to watch. You could really see Kat get comfortable in her comfort zone, which is up on the plywood. So she made some really efficient movements from down low here, moving up through the rock pretty smoothly, but then you could really see it turn on. You could hear the crowd really getting excited, getting behind her. A lot of friends, a lot of supporters here. And also I know she was climbing on routes that was set by Marcus and Liam, which are two friends, kind of teammates and coach. So I know that had to feel good. So I know she's just hopefully catching her breath.
While you grab her, Courtney, we're just going to take a quick look at the provisional results. This is the results as they stand right now. Jessica Perez sits down there in 11th, followed by Lindsay Hastings, Ryan McCauley, then Japan's Junko Sasagawa in 7th. Angela Limbach in 6th, Aneta Lozetzka of Czech in 5th, Lauren Chartel in 4th, and then your provisional podium bronze medal for Ouray Buhay, silver medal for Haruko Takayuchi, and of course Cat Shirley ranking first there, who is with Courtney Taylor right now. Courtney, how's she doing?
We grabbed Kat here. Kat, first reactions right now, you're sitting in provisional first place. How are you feeling?
I feel great. Yeah, I mean, topping the route and then lowering, I got to see my coach in the setter, Marcus, and he pointed at me and he said, "I'm proud of you."
Oh.
And that totally made my day. My arms hurt so badly.
Oh my gosh. Well, it was so much fun to watch you, Kat. Any kind of thoughts about any of the movements up there? Anything you particularly enjoyed moving through today?
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed doing Dizzy with a Vision, which is the rock route that led up to the structure. I know it's been like Marcus and a lot of people's dream to have the competition on that route. And yeah, all the holds like were ticked great, and that was kind of, I had like done it once before, but nothing was ticked and holds were breaking, so this kind of felt like an onside of that. So I was stoked that I was able to like move smooth through that and have some left for the structure.
Awesome. Yeah, I know, Kat, you also you competed in Ouray 2 weeks ago. Then you flew immediately to Switzerland. You placed well in Switzerland as well. And then you came back, and you're right now sitting in first place and in provisional first place. How is all that feeling? Is it a whirlwind? And how do you have anything left in the tank?
Yeah, I have no idea. My 2 qualifiers, I felt not at my peak, just like with jet lag and just like muscular, like I felt really slow and sloppy. But today I was like, pull it together, you got one more climb, then your season's over and you can have as much hot chocolate and rest as you want. So that kind of got me to the top, and yeah, I'm glad to end the season on a high note.
Well, it was so much fun to watch you, and I know I can say on behalf of everyone sitting around here, everyone was really cheering you on. Congratulations, that was a great job.
Amazing work there from Kat, Shirley, and thank you so much, Courtney, down there keeping the finger on the pulse in Box Canyon. Vince, that was a perfect set.
Absolutely.
One top, the champion tops, and you know, second place very, very close behind, third place pretty close behind that. You literally can't ask for much more.
No, from a route setting perspective, that's what you want. You want to see, make it easy, so it's one person makes it up and everybody else has a little bit below that.
Yeah, that was really, really special. Awesome work from Marcus Garcia and Liam Foster, our route setters, here at this UIAA Ice Climbing North American Championship. And as I mentioned earlier, we are in our 3rd competition/festival in Ouray of the year. 2 weeks ago, we had the Ouray Ice Fest, and the week before that, the first, I believe, all-in Ice Festival. Let's learn some more about that special weekend.
I'm stoked to be here at All In Ice Fest.
Yeah, thanks.
The event that I'm here for is the All In Ice Fest, which is an event that started as a capstone project for one of our mentees, Liz.
I am Liz Sagoon, and I'm Program Director. All In Ice Fest is an ice climbing festival focused on highlighting and elevating people of historically marginalized groups, Black, Indigenous people of color, people from the LGBTQ+ community, and adaptive athletes.
That's it. Good job.
My name is Peter O'Neill. I'm the Executive Director of the Ouray Ice Park.
This is groundbreaking. It's the first event of its kind to promote diversity and inclusivity in ice climbing. Liz has set up 3 days of climbing, clinics, and panels, and I'm proud that it's being held here in 2022 at the Ouray Ice Park.
All In Ice Festival. This is a place where everybody can come climb.
I'm Nikki Smith. I'm teaching Ice Essentials, which is a one-day beginner course. I'm hoping that people realize just how diverse climbing really is.
It kind of feels like the first time that like I feel like I'm supposed to be here. I think it's really, really cool.
It just feels like a super safe, almost kind of like a familial environment.
That's All In. The name is perfect.
I would love to do more of these programs. It has been like an enlightening experience for sure.
I think this event has been a long time coming, and as a new ice climber, just that dream I think for a lot of us of like, I wish that space existed for the sport that I'm starting to love, and now it does exist.
In the day, the ice does not care what color you are, who you choose to love, how many limbs you have. The ice is going to be there no matter what.
This is just the start of the inaugural festival, and everybody says that they're excited to come next year.
You need to come here for 2023 or 2024 or whatever it takes. All it takes to be outdoors is just to go outside. That's it.
So Vince, stunning, stunning female competition, and momentarily we're going to be starting with the men's competition. 8 men qualified. There are the athletes in the order that they're going to climb. Let's take a quick look at those. Tyler Howe coming out first, followed by Eric Gomez. Ian Weedout will follow him, and then junior world champion Keenan Griskim will be after that. Then we'll have comp veteran almost now, even though he's only a young lad, Kevin Lindler, followed by Wes Fowler. Ouray Ice Fest winner from 2 weeks ago, Tyler Kempny, world ranked number 5th. And then last but by no means least, chicken suit himself, it's Noah Bergman. Looking at that list, anyone that you're particularly going to be paying attention to?
Well, being a mountain guide, I know Wes Fowler also does the same thing as me. It'll be interesting to see how he does. You know, being a mountain guide, you'd think you'd be great at this sport, but actually you're doing a lot more of easier climbing. So, yeah, I've got a lot of interest to see him and a lot of the others, how they do.
You can see the route setters there.
Like 3 more minutes.
I think that is Marcus. That is Marcus. He's just making the final adjustments. Looks like he's extending one of the quick draws there. Or is he extending or replacing? Hard to tell, but he's just tweaking the quick draws, making sure that they're in the right position for the men. It's a great opportunity for us to talk about those all-important sponsors. Would not be possible without those competitions. You see some of our gear sponsors there. Brand sponsors including Rab for apparel, Scarpa for boots, Sterling Rope, Petzl Equipment, Colorado Lottery have provided the awards. The Upslope Brewing Company provided beer. Vince, have you seen any of that?
Oh yeah, that's great.
I've not seen any here I'm talking about.
not
so well and good them
today.
sponsoring us, but where the blooming heck is it?
Soon enough.
First Ascent Coffee Roasters providing coffee. The North Face, Yeti, Lova, La Sportiva, Azolo, Black Diamond, Camp USA, Arc'teryx, Gravel. I mean, we could go on. There's so many amazing athletes. We're over here on the platform. You should be able to see us, I think. Can you see us? Maybe you can see us. Hey, over there. It's nice and warm. Vince, we're pretty wrapped up. I tell you what, I have noticed the last 2 or 3 athletes, the breeze picked up. And it's subtle, but you can definitely feel the difference. Once that breeze kicks in, just takes that warmth off the sun.
Oh, the heat is gone from the comp there. I was wondering, you know, sun's out, guns out. Occasionally you'll see somebody try to calm their nerves by wearing a tank top, or some of the men will just go with his bare arms up there. But I don't think we're going to see that now, even though it's still
I don't even think they're allowed, because it's UIAA comp. You have to have your arms covered. Yeah, it's one of the rules actually that they have is no tops off for power.
That's right, that's right. That's more of a thing you might see in the Ouray comp.
Yeah.
The festival comp, excuse me.
But you can check those rules. There's nothing against chicken suits.
That's right. As long as they're covered.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, we have a clip of that chicken suit and we're going to show it just before Noah climbs. It's a special one. I believe, I'm just being told, Vince, that Courtney is actually in the canyon right now with our first men's competitor, Tyler Howe. Maybe we can just catch a quick word from him before he starts.
Yeah, welcome. I've got Tyler here, fellow Boulderite. He's getting ready to get up. We're waiting for Marcus to set up some quick draws, setting up the men's route here. Tyler, as you're getting ready to get on here, what was your warm-up routine? What do you do to get your head in the right spot before you tackle this route?
Well, I was down at base camp warming up. I like to try to get a little bit pumped out before I climb, and then up here, I'm prone to numb fingers, so I go up and do as many push-ups barehanded in the snow as I can, and then sit there and just hold them above my head until all the blood drains from them, swing them down, get the barfies going, scream through it, and then I come down here and I don't get them again during the day.
That is one technique. I like that. I know as a victim of the screaming barfies myself, I'm gonna have to keep that one in mind.
Oh yeah.
So what's been going through your mind as you've been studying the route? I know you've been part of route preview. Any initial thoughts or anything you're worried about up there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not terribly worried about the rock, at least. We got up on it a few weeks ago playing around on Dizzy, and I see a few more holds than I saw last time. So some hard moves became a little bit easier. It looks like a lot of fun. I'm psyched that Marcus and Liam were able to get up there and clean things up and tick it nicely. The structure has got some tough moves, and I've unfortunately been climbing a little slow on the rock, but it looks like a lot of fun. Really cool movement. It kind of flows like side to side, up and down. It's a lot of like interesting zigzags rather than just a clear-cut line right up, so I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to watching you. We'll let you get back to your warm-up routine, and we'll be ready to watch you tie in here shortly. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Courtney, and thank you, Tyler. Very rare to catch a chat with an athlete before the convince, but nice to get that insight.
Oh, yeah. Hearing a little bit about he wants to get the pain over with first, so he just goes and gets his hands cold
I have to
right
say,
away.
I'm with Courtney. That one is in the bank for me. I am absolutely in on that strategy. Still setting the route, still just making those. I just said routes. Oh, my goodness.
That's all right.
I say routes because I'm English. I've never said routes before. I just caught myself. Still setting the routes there. It looks like they're making the final tweaks before we get the men started. Let's look back 2 weeks ago at what happened during the Ouray Ice Fest.
My name's Laura. It's my first time here at the Ice Fest. I learned to push your limits, challenge yourself, and have a lot of fun.
The Ouray Ice Festival was started 27 years ago by a legendary ice climber and mountaineer, Jeff Lowe, with some locals from down in town. The Ice Festival is the gathering of ice climbers from around North America. It's a fun place to gather. There are evening events, there are clinics. The number of first-time climbers that came up to me and said, I've never climbed before, I came here to ice climb, this is spectacular. It was touching.
I'm excited about Ice Fest because I get to see awesome people who I haven't seen in like 2 years because we didn't have Ice Fest last year.
Last year's Ice Fest was very different. It was what we called a virtual Ice Fest. There were no vendors. Great to see all the vendors really excited to be back here.
This is the Don't Wrap Off the End fundraiser. Thank you, Upflow.
It's during the Ouray Ice Fest that the vast majority of the money is raised that operates the ice park for the entire winter season.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put my swim trunks on, but I'm not gonna do it unless one person gets on their phone right now and donates the minimum of $20. Who's gonna do it? 3, 2, 1!
It's cold.
Hashtag don't wrap off the end. Except for when it's for the ice park and a good cause. It was actually really entertaining.
How many people came? Probably several thousand. We had lots of great ice, thanks to the ice farmers.
It's cool to see the athletes, all the moves they were doing. It was awesome.
Last year, the cheering you heard in the background on the live stream, that was just athletes cheering each other on. This year, having, people all over the bridge, all over the road. The energy of having the crowd back, that felt really good. It was exciting to see a lot of the same competitors from last year back.
In third place, Aneta. In second place, Corey. It was the 2022 winner's first place. This is the 2022 men's elite mixed competition. In third place, Wes Fowler. Second place, Keenan. And redemption is sweet, isn't it, everybody?
What was really cool about watching Tyler, having been here last year and seeing Tyler top and then get DQ'd.
No, Tyler!
It was so disappointing. So to see Tyler not DQ this year, it was going full circle.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Liam, for putting this on. Thank you, Lance. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, Ouray!
And so climbing right now is our first men's athlete. That is Tyler Howe, who we caught for a quick chat earlier, 20 years old, already up the lower section of the ice.
Let's hope that prep work did well for him with the hands.
Yeah, and he'll be climbing exactly the same rock section as we saw the William climbing And also joining us for a few moments up here in the booth is Executive Director of the Ouray Ice Park, Peter O'Neill. Peter, how's it going?
Fiber optic line or something?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. Peter, you just saw that women's comp. Talk to me. You must have been pretty excited.
What a spectacular finale, right? I mean, you couldn't have cut it much closer. Kat just topping out with seconds to spare. I mean, it sent chills through me.
Yeah, me too, and Vince as well. I'm sure the folks at home would agree. Peter, one thing that I want to ask you about is support of the park. This is, of course, primarily staffed by volunteers, lots of city support. How can people support the Ouray Ice Park?
The best way to support us is to either donate, become a member. I mean, we are like public radio. We depend on memberships to make the park every year. That's where our funding primarily comes from. That and from our sponsors who are plastered all over the tower. They'll run in the credits, a lot of industry sponsors, and a lot of local businesses who sponsor us. But really, the key is members, and that's people who climb here.
Awesome. And remind me of the Ouray Ice Park website for people to donate.
OurayIcePark.com.
Oh, that's the easy one
That's
to
the
remember.
easy one, exactly. And
Good.
go to donate or go to membership.
And I'll be chatting to you later around the awards ceremony. But before we do that, I'm going to put you on the spot. 8 men qualified for this finals. Who do you think is going to be on the top spot today?
Oh, God. I'm not going to hazard a guess on that
Hey,
one.
come on. It's on the line.
Well, maybe Keenan, maybe Tyler. That rivalry is really cool to see going on. I hope one of them or both of them make it to the podium. Who's on top, don't know. But I hope the rivalry continues today.
Agreed. Well, listen, Peter, thank you so much for having us here. Thank you for putting on this amazing competition and event. And we'll be excited to catch up with you later on.
Yeah, and great to have you and Vince live this year, right?
So good. What a privilege. What a privilege. Thanks so much. Peter O'Neill there, Executive Director of the Ouray Ice Park here in Ouray, Colorado. So Tyler moving with just under 6 minutes left on the clock. Moving up onto that right-hand side of the arete.
Yeah, he's so far cranking through this quickly enough. It's good. He's going to have plenty of time to work on the upper portion.
And the women had 10 minutes for their route. The men only have 9, so we do expect to see a little bit more pace through that bottom section to maximize the moves on the upper part, and we are seeing a few more moves for the men as well. They finish in a different spot, but they do have to climb on both of those boxes. It's mandatory for them to climb there, I believe.
Yeah, slightly different route. The gold holds are for the men. They cannot use the black holds on the panel, on the structure this time around. A little less time. We heard Tyler mention he had actually climbed this route in the past. And it looks like he has. He's moving quickly.
Support for Tyler in the crowd, looking nice and vocal for him, giving him that extra nudge, moving him up the route. Just under 5 minutes left. Based out of Boulder, Colorado. So no doubt training at that ice coop. Reaches up to that first hold on the bottom right-hand side of the structure.
Yes, and these first moves are the same that we saw the women doing.
And so the difference now is that we see Tyler match with that right hand on that lowest hold, and where the ladies were climbing up and right past that Ouray sign towards that volume, the men have to go directly above them to this gold hold. Just to the right-hand side of that RAB logo.
And you can see that hold there. It's just a thin blade of steel that you can only pull sideways on. So that first hold that that one he was just on, those are hard.
Then into that relative security of a Stein. Reaches nice and high off those well-placed feet to make the clip.
He's doing well so far. As he moves up to this next section, I think we see one of the first cruxes.
Now, look at this. He's all in that right-hand shoulder, and he matches in with that left tool. Very intense move on the chest, and he just pops. Just lost a bit of tension there, and that, as Vince said, was going to be one of the cruxes. And indeed it was. Tyler just popping off that second volume on the men's route. Great effort from our first athlete, 8th place qualifier. Let's take a look at that again. So really nice position into that Stein, very close to the wall. Great to see those body positions, really using the holds to their best positions. And then here we go. So up with the right, matches in with the left on that tiny hold. And that foot popped, and he wasn't able to regain the tension through the left foot. And that was him out of there. Great showing from Tyler Howe. First athlete out, puts him in first place.
Sure, so far, and climbing well. That little bit of a mishap there on the tension move, as we call it there. Perhaps a little less stability he had, but wasn't able to quite hold it in there.
Yeah, so tricky on those tension moves. If you don't have that second point of contact, you know, once one goes, you are basically a barn door. You are swinging around in the wind.
Yeah, you're putting a lot of strain on the shoulder. A lot of the training these folks do is primarily to strengthen that shoulder, not only so they can hold those kind of moves, but also just avoid damaging them.
Now, this is, of course, a UIAA championship, and there are upcoming UIAA events for the fans out there. We have a European Championship on the 18th to the 20th of February in Oulu, Finland. We'll then have World Cups in Tyumen and Kirov, Russia, 4th to the 6th and 11th to the 13th, I believe, of March, respectively. If you want more info, particularly to find out what month those are on, then go to iceclimbing.sport and everything is listed there. You can, of course, follow the UIAA on YouTube and Instagram. It's at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. They went for the shortest username they could find, just to make sure you wouldn't forget it. Next athlete out, Eric Gomez. Now, Eric was the last competitor yesterday. He was the final athlete to climb in the second day of qualifiers. And often for the final athlete, it can be not necessarily anticlimactical, but it can be, did I just make a word up? Anticlimactical?
I think that was.
Yeah, I like that. I'm going to go with it. Not necessarily an anticlimax, but, you know, maybe people have lost interest or whatever. There were still people around it. Eric put in one heck of a performance. His first day wasn't amazing. His second day was sensational, and it was enough to put him through into finals in 7th position. So Eric begins his climb now.
Moving quickly,
and
as you
need to, exactly. Took the words out of my mouth. From Teaneck, New Jersey.
Not exactly a top ice climbing destination, so that's cool to see. He's making the most of it nonetheless. There is quite a bit of climbing in the Northeast, but not so much in New Jersey to my knowledge, at least for ice.
A little bit tangled up in the ropes there. Now, I'm seeing on his arm that he climbs at the ice coop, so whilst he's from Teaneck, my guess, don't have the information in front of me, but my guess is that he lives in Boulder and trains with Team Ice Coop. And as we've said multiple times now, it's just a great example of what having a top-class facility can do. You know, community coming together, building a facility, training, utilizing it, pushing each other, and here we have product of that in our men's final. Eric Gomez using his left hand there to make that clip.
I do believe he resides now in Boulder. I'm pretty certain of that. And you're right. Having that kind of facility to train in makes a huge difference. And honestly, you could make this just about anywhere. It doesn't take a whole lot to make the dry tooling space you need.
Sure. Interesting fact, Vince, that pink rope is Eric's own. He brought his own rope, which is perfectly acceptable within the rules. Why might a competitor do that?
Well, similar to some of these other strategies for getting the nerves out. Maybe, you know, you feel like you got your lucky rope. He's had good luck. Maybe he sent his hardest project on this rope beforehand. You know, it's a good chance.
Well, it certainly looks good.
Maybe.
You know, style points.
As long as it's rated for single use, which this likely is, you know, you can use whatever you want.
Certainly hope so.
Yeah, you would think so. But there are some that are heavier and some that are lighter. And maybe he prefers a lighter rope, or who knows, maybe he wants a little more durable one for other reasons.
For extra weight.
Nonetheless, yeah, he's got his own rope.
6:30 on the clock as he reaches around that corner onto the arete.
Okay,
So far, so good. Eric Gomez.
Okay, I mean, I thought I had it like against the wall.
Nice and loose style there.
I can do that.
Just dropping those feet to keep himself in a good position. Keep that center of gravity nice and stable.
He's not taking too much time, just reaching, grabbing, going, which is the name of the game right now.
So up into that hold just below the ice. Makes that high clip. Penultimate clip before making the structure itself. Yeah, this is good time. 5:20 on the clock. Feel like if he can open it up, and I expect him to, training at the Ice Cube, he's going to be used to kicking into plywood. He's going to be used to taking those marginal holds. I think this is where we're going to see him reach his comfort zone.
Yes, he's got plenty of time to climb the route, and now it's a matter of climbing it. Again, that hold he's on right there, it works as long as you pull sideways the whole time. Pull down on it and it'll slip off.
And you can see they're able to kind of pull down and sideways at the same time. The shape of that tool, the way that he's holding it in that backhand grip, just...
he's trying to use it sideways there, and now he's readjusting, I think, to go into the full Stein pull.
Really needs that left foot up as well, I would expect. This is where we see, oh, look at that, he's matching in with the right hand.
Yeah, to get a little higher.
Gets the left foot up.
And now he'll readjusting.
High grip Stein, kicks in.
And now next move into the, what we saw the last, what we saw before with the tension move, the difficult tension move.
On that volume between the Osprey and La Sportiva banners. Reaches up with the left hand. You see him crossing over himself. Excellent tension in the chest. Oh, and it pops, but he's in the Stein. That's the benefit of keeping that Stein in there, is that he can crank back down onto that, take a second to recompose, readjust. He's having some trouble finding the sweet spot of that hold, Vince.
Yeah, he's searching around for it. He's on the top.
Interesting. And so he's able to match it, looking pretty secure, and rather than matching tools, he matches the grip.
And now he's into that second volume.
He probably breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, and he just doesn't quite get it.
He hasn't found the spot yet. There.
Oh, he's off! And he will be ranked higher than Tyler Howe. Tagging that hold above, giving him an extra point, but that's the end of Eric Gomez's attempt. Great effort from him.
Looking good. Again, as we're seeing with the all the holds spray painted the same, it's hard for them to know what they're getting into, and just a little trouble reading how to grab that top hold.
Absolutely. Well, let's watch that back. And what we did see is that there's multiple ways to do these moves, where we saw some action of Tyler Howe before, matching with tools. Eric was matching with grips, and he did manage to secure that hold, but it was that same hold that popped. Very, very tricky move. A lot of stability required in the chest, in the shoulder, and in the bicep to keep the head of that tool in one position whilst basically thrusting your whole body the opposite direction. Such an incredibly tight move that they've got to do, but we've seen it. It looks like it's possible, and it looks like Courtney's got him. Courtney, how's Eric feeling after that one?
Yeah, Eric, you're one of the first athletes we've gotten to talk to after getting on the men's route. What's your initial reaction? How are you feeling?
It's fun. Yeah, feeling good. Stoked to just be here, especially after kind of an okay first day here. So, yeah, super stoked. Fun route.
Awesome.
No complaints.
Yeah, that sounds great. Anything? Any initial feedback on any of the holds that you got to touch up on the tower there?
They're tiny, but they work. They work.
Yeah.
Totally.
Awesome. Well, most importantly, did you have fun up there?
Oh yeah, every time.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Eric.
Well, thank you.
That's, of course, Eric Gomez with our very own Courtney Taylor down in the bottom of the canyon. And our next athlete out will be Ian Weedout. He'll be getting himself prepared to climb in just a moment. Vince, we've seen basically just over a third, somewhere between a third and a half of that structure climbed now. And it looks like the holds, it's hard to say exactly, but we'll get a little bit more precise as they, you know, go up, a little bit better, more positive rather, when you go higher up that structure. Any insights you can offer us? I know you were chatting with Marcus Garcia earlier.
Yeah, I did chat with him a little bit about the route setting and then my own setting on that same structure in the past. I know you often have try to have a boulder problem, if you will, like a one section of hard move, which I think is what we're seeing there, and then open it up a bit more for, again, another crux higher up. And I think that's what we're going to see. Some folks that have some trouble on that initial portion on the lower third, they get through that, they get a little reprieve, and then this ending, this punishing end.
So there is Ian Weedout climbing the ice section. Same as all the other athletes, they have to climb those first few meters of ice, about 8 meters of ice up onto that ledge that you see now. You have one of our volunteer clippers there keeping the rope in position, making sure it's pre-clipped for every athlete. And then he will climb up onto that rock section. The route starts on Mighty Aphrodite and then traverses right into Dizzy with a Vision, the two together, called Aphrodisiac. Nice little link up of two very, very famous Ouray routes. There you see them. So where he is now is the start of Mighty Aphrodite, and that arete on the right-hand side is Dizzy with a Vision.
Yeah, and again, for most of these climbers, this should be their warm-up. I mean, I know people do their own other warm-ups too. But for those that rock climb, this will feel like a 5'11", you know, if the top being 5'13" or 14A or something like that. So they should be well within their abilities. No, if anything, as we're seeing, just some people take a little more time with it.
Yeah, and certainly with people specializing more, you know, into that comp style, into that dry tooling style, that perhaps they're not climbing much mixed, that rock is something that throws them. So perhaps that's why we're seeing those slower times there, but so far Ian moving very nice, very quickly through that lower section.
Yeah, with everybody competing here, they're aware of the format. I'm certain all of them put at least a little, if not a lot of effort into this type of climbing before just showing up.
One of the taller athletes in this competition.
Yeah, he made that big move out right. Looked like it wasn't much of one. So there's advantages to all different body types. Obviously, the taller you are, you have that longer reach, but when you get into these figure fours with long limbs, it can be quite an entanglement.
So there is that extended clip on the arete. Makes these slightly more delicate moves. As Vince said earlier, the upper part of Dizzy with a Vision isn't as well traveled due to the ice that's normally there being cleared out. The athletes just having to find those holds, get those picks placed a little bit more than they had done on the lower part of the route. The holds are all chalked. They've been ticked, or little white marks on them by the route setters, so the athletes know where they're going. They're not having to route find, so to speak. But still an element of just finding the sweet spots and moving through as they approach that upper section. You see the first section of ice just above him on his left-hand side, and there is the structure which will be the upper part of the route and the real separator for these athletes. The backdrop of those bright blue skies. Absolutely stunning day. In fact, I actually see a man wearing shorts, Vince.
It wouldn't surprise me. It's quite sunny and warm over here on the other side of the park.
I mean, I'm all for shorts, and I'm English, but I'm not sure it's shorts.
Maybe it's not really shorts weather, but maybe he just got out of the hot springs.
Possibly.
That's a good chance of that.
Good on him.
Yeah. You see the ice there, there's a little smattering of it. It's been groomed like a beard. That's one of the things with this competition that the route setters and the ice farmers have to deal with, is trimming it off so it doesn't turn into just a gigantic goatee of ice hanging over there.
To continue the metaphor.
Yeah, well, that's literally what we call them. But you can see at the bottom where they're kind of flattened off. They've actually just keep trimming them as they grow to give it a nice chunk, but nothing to create these big icicles that could fall off.
Sure.
Break.
Well, here's that final clip below the structure. The next hold that he makes and the next clip that he makes is well and truly up there on the structure, and with 4 minutes remaining, plenty of time. But as we know, those lower moves on the structure, very delicate. Ian's got to stay composed, move confidently, find a little bit of pace to get up there past the orange diamond.
About 4 minutes. It's adequate time, and right now time isn't an issue. It's height. How high can you get?
And here he goes. Ian Weedout, our third male athlete to climb today.
Cool. And that first side pull.
And you see that high right foot kicked in. Ooh, wasn't quite kicked
Didn't
in.
quite have it stuck enough.
And that position, so crucial. That's what gives you the opposition to lean away from that hold, really milk that hold with the right hand. And then, as we've seen, you need that left foot up onto the structure to make the next move. And there he goes. Drops that left knee in to take the stein. Really nice movement there. Kicks those feet back across.
Big, strong stein.
Yeah, really centers himself and finds that center of gravity again, enabling him to shake and make the most of that stein. Stein pull, of course, when the tool is inverted in the hold and the head of the tool rests against the plywood of the structure, creates a very secure lever for the athletes to pull on. And now, not so secure, he's in that very small hold on the tip of that grey box, and the first pick pops. Now, we did see Eric Gomez match on the grip as opposed to matching tools.
Yep.
Ian opts to go both tools, and it's working so far.
Good.
Looks to sit that right hand.
Now he's got to get a lot of tension into that right shoulder.
Now watch the feet. This is going to be crucial. Kicks in the right foot. Look at that right shoulder. Engaged at its maximum. Strong chest work there from Ian Weedout.
And now we're going to have to move out to this left.
You can see him hesitating. Whoa. Hard to say exactly what happened. He had 2 minutes left on the clock, which is plenty of time. My guess is that he just pumped out.
Look to me. When you see the elbow come out sometimes, that's a true sign of some fatigue in the rest of the.
Oh, the elbows! I can't even tell you how many times I've had the elbows up.
So you get the elbows out, and it's often.
That's when you know it's going wrong.
Yeah, your clock is ticking in the pump, man.
Well, let's take a look at that. What happened? Right hand onto that very small hold on the tip of that box. Nicely into it, matched with a tool. We have seen Tyler Howe do the same thing there, and he struggled with the feet, but managed to regain the composure. The feet didn't quite get sat, which meant that he popped, and watch this. He goes in with 2 tools, and he was good, but then the elbows came out, and he's trying to push, and no. Yeah.
Right. I think he tuckered out.
Yeah. Hey, fair play to him.
And I would be too.
Fair play to him.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's a great effort from Eric Gomez. We will catch a quick word from him in a moment. And the thing is as well, Vince, you know, when those elbows come out, when you're rock climbing, maybe you can find a thumb sprag or something to just take it off your hands, just try and recover a little bit. There's nothing you can do. There's no other hold. You are on those tools, and that is all you've got.
That's right. And in that position where he's pulling out to the side like that, you can't just shake. You can't just lean down and shake it out.
You know you're pumped when you can't even untie your own knot.
No, that is for sure.
Well, great effort from him. We will catch a quick chat with him in a moment. Let's take a quick look at this UIAA clip. That is, of course, your Uiaa events for the season. And there, in the canyon, Ian Weedout with our very own Courtney Taylor. Courtney, how's he doing? Is he pumped?
I think Ian's catching his breath. How are those forearms feeling, Ian?
They're definitely tired. Pumpy up there. It's fun, though. Marcus and Liam did awesome, so thanks to them for all the work today and last night. And just this past couple weeks, it's been super fun, so.
Awesome. Yeah. What was your experience on the route?
Pumpy.
Yeah.
Those holes get slippery up there. Yeah, it was fun. Thought I was going to pop a couple different times on them, but yeah.
Courtney, did you do as he expected, or, you know, was that an impressive maneuver for his own self?
Did you feel like you kind of outperformed your expectations, or about where you expected to be today?
I didn't really know where to expect to be. It's not very often I make finals, so I was just happy to be here.
Well, Ian, it was great to watch. Thanks so much. Yeah. We appreciate the time. Go catch your breath and rest up. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Courtney, and congrats to Ian Weedout. And there is your junior UIAA world champion, Keenan Griskim, only 17 years old.
That's right. He actually just turned 18 when he became the junior champion.
Well, there you go. So 17 now,
birthday
18.
Just happened.
There you go. We didn't update that one. All good. Before he gets started and on those early parts of the route, let's check out a little bit more about Keenan Griskim.
My name is Keenan Griskim. This will be my 5th year competing. I started ice climbing in Ouray when I was maybe 5 years old. I believe when I turned 13, Marcus Garcia invited me to a North American Championship in Durango. That was my first ever time dry tooling. Kind of just followed that stoke. Last year I was able to take first in the difficulty comp. Tyler got disqualified. He did top out the route. I was like 1 hold away from topping out, but because of that, I won. It took me a few months to honestly accept the win, but it is part of comp. And I'm looking forward to hopefully beating him for real this year. To train for this weekend, I've really been spending a lot of time just kicking into plywood, like doing routes on home walls and at the ice coop in Boulder. Kind of just get more and more comfortable as I go up the comp route. Starts on ice, then you're on rock, then you're on the plywood. And the plywood's really been what I've been training for. And I tend to be like the most nervous right before I climb. But once I'm tied in, I start to climb, kind of like everything goes black, and there's not really a whole lot of thought or emotion until you're at the top. It's just that flow state that everyone talks about. I think it is such a cool freaking sport. The North American Championship is going to be a one-of-a-kind comp. It's the first to ever take place in Ouray. It's going to be so sick.
And he's already underway there. Keenan Griskim. I mean, clients agree with him, Vince. It is a cool freaking sport.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's pretty wild, pretty cool, and especially when you consider where it came from. Like, there's quite a difference between doing this and climbing some high-altitude frozen mountain. But
I mean, you know, you only have to go to Chamonix in France and go to the museum there and see some of the tools that they used to use. They were literally mining axes that they used on the mountains back in the day, and here we are with these carbon shafted, tank steel picked, super high-tech ice tools and very, very, very specific fruit boots that they're using. You know, yeah, what a journey this sport has been on.
Quite an amazing one. If nothing else, Keenan will have, in my opinion at least, the best hair in the competition today.
I don't know. I feel like I'm a close second.
That's true. That's true. Okay, second to you.
I have the shiniest
among
head.
the competitors, let's say.
Deal.
I like it.
Keenan Griskim, of course, last year's Ouray Ice Fest winner. This year's second place junior world champion. If ever you needed evidence of an uprising in American talent in ice climbing and ice climbing comps, Keenan is it. He is absolutely a phenomenal athlete and still so young with so much potential for development. Just moving through this lower section of the route, and one thing I was thinking when I was watching that short video, you know, he's spent all that time training on the plywood, but you cannot overlook the rock at Ouray. It's such a crucial part of the experience.
Yeah, again, I call it the X factor of this competition. It can really change how it goes. And as we just saw on the last competitor, getting eventually tired, and a lot of that was just from, you know, using the energy on this portion right here.
Well, he's climbing with very nice straight arms. Does look like he's gripping pretty hard, but so far so good. Keenan Griskim with just over 5.5 minutes remaining.
He's got plenty of time, yeah. A lot of the folks have had a little trouble on this portion here, like we've mentioned, when they get into the less traveled portion. But he's going to get into the ice and probably have enough time and energy to spare.
Just taking his time there, making sure that he doesn't make a mistake down low. Yesterday, he did fall much lower than we might have expected on his qualifying route. Thankfully, day one, he performed very, very well indeed. So he was safe. Look at that. He's not sure, Vince.
Not exactly. I think once he gets in, there he goes. Yeah, he wasn't totally sure. And I don't know that he may not have climbed the Dizzy with the Vision portion of this before.
He's got that placement. That's good. Now he's got that decent placement there with that tool up and on. Oh, he's in the ice there.
He's into the ice.
Relative security, if you're not sure about the route, places that right foot. And I don't think he's on his heel there. I think he's actually on his spikes.
He's finding some creative ways to use his feet in that section there just to get around the bulge.
And you know what? Fair play to him. For a moment there, I was a little worried, but he improvised. He's got creative, as you said, and he's through now, through that section.
And I think he has, maybe a product of the youth, energy to spare. So you can get through a few of those kind of technical mishaps, if you want to call them, and still have the reserve to keep going.
For sure. I mean, it's all about composure at this point, not letting something like that get to you, not letting it break your flow. He talked about flow state in that video, staying in that flow state, letting the moves come to you, and getting onto that upper structure for which he's trained so much. Takes that first hold. Here we go now.
Yeah, he's even bypassed the one to the right side of the tower that we've seen most people use.
And you see that bent left arm, though. These are the energy sapping positions. In isolation, not so bad. He's moving through it pretty quickly. But you add all those moves up, you start to get real tired real quick.
Nice high foot. He's reading it well so far to move efficiently. And we are seeing a little bit of quickening of the pace.
And of course, skipping that hold on the right side of the tower, a little bit more efficient. You don't have to use every hold. All you have to do is make every clip.
That's right.
That's the only rule. So as long as every clip's made, you can pretty much make it up as you go along. Oh no!
I fell. He had that Stein pulled in a sideways configuration, unlike what we've seen most everyone else do, and I think that was not as stable.
Oh, it looks like his tool snapped, the tip of his tool, and that's the danger. These athletes,
the tip of the tool.
File them down, they file them down, and if that tip's a little bit too thin and you crank on a Stein, as Keenan was doing, it can snap. Oh,
he's not happy.
Not happy, and understandably so.
I think in my second competition here in Ouray, I had the exact same experience.
Vince, let's watch that back. So after, moving really well through that first couple of moves on the structure, watch that Stein go in. Nice and solid, and a little bit sideways, as you mentioned. Maybe putting too much tension through the tip there.
The tip of the pick. That's one thing about the Stein pulls, you putting a tremendous amount of torque with that leverage on the axe.
Oh, yeah, you see that was a big chunk of tool. Oh, what a bummer. That's a real shame, but unfortunately, the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Wow, was not expecting that, but hey, this is competitive ice climbing.
Picks. Hopefully he can get a new one. I think he can.
I think he'll be fine. Hopefully he's not too upset, and hopefully we can get a quick chat with him and Courtney Taylor. Courtney, did you manage to grab him?
Yeah, I've got Keenan here.
Talk us through it, Keenan. What happened?
All right, yeah, Keenan, let us know what happened there. I know you can look at the tools and they're kind of self-evident, but talk us through what's going on.
I moved really slow on the rock section. I've never been on the right-hand variation. So when I got to the structure, I knew I had to move fast. I was in a really good Stein pull, like almost halfway up the structure, and was feeling decent, about to make a move, and all of a sudden I'm in the air. This is the first time I've ever snapped a pick. Feel pretty rattled.
I'm frankly watching Keenan climb, who climbs very dynamic, loves to climb big. I'm honestly kind of surprised this is the first pick that you've broken, but
yeah.
But yeah, I know that was disappointing. I know that was a bit of a shock for you, but we saw you climbing strong. How did you feel besides that? How did you feel up to that point?
I felt all right. I got a little bit more pumped than I was expecting. Yeah, when it broke, I looked up to see if the hold was broken because there was a big noise and all of a sudden it was in the air. I was like, that didn't make any sense, and then I looked at my tool, so.
Well, way to go, Keenan. We appreciate you taking the time. We're sorry about the bad break, as it were, but yeah, it was great watching you.
One more question for
Keenan.
Keenan.
Hold on. We got one more question from Liam.
Oh. Since Keenan is now, you know, he's not going to win, we know that, and that's such a bummer. Who does he have for the top spot?
All right, who's going to win first? If you're not on the top of the podium, who's going to take that top spot in the men's division?
I think Tyler Kempny has like the most, I guess, consistent climbing. But if some of my teammates like Noah and Wes climb really, really well, I think they could very easily beat Tyler.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I know we'll all be down here cheering, and you included. So thanks a lot, Keenan. That was a lot of fun to watch. I'm glad that you're safe. Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks so much, Courtney, and thanks again, Keenan. Pwah. That's the way it goes sometimes. Next athlete, Vince, is going to be Kevin Lindler, and before he climbs, let's find out more about him.
My name is Kevin Lindler, and I'm here to scramble up some rock and ice. Usually I compete on the Uiaa Ice Climbing World Cup circuit. A couple weeks ago, came back from Europe competing in the European Cups there. Most of our World Cups and European Cups tend to be on plywood structures, so we tend to do a lot of kick-in preparation on plywood walls. This competition is probably my favorite of all the competitions. It's one of the few out there that actually climbs natural rock to get up to the actual competition features. So in the scenario of this year, I think the climbing is a big factor. Obviously, that's very challenging. I think for me personally, keeping my nerves under control, now that the styles have switched to a flash format where you get to watch other competitors, you have to be able to not stress yourself out watching where people are getting to and climb your own climb. So I think being able to stay relaxed throughout the weekend, for me, tends to be one of the most challenging parts. I think like anyone, it'd be great to just climb and have fun. It'd be awesome to move on, but it's a strong field. So I think just trying to get up to the structure successfully would be an awesome goal.
Really nice little clip there of Kevin Lindler. Kevin and I travel the world together now over the years on various different competitions, and he is such a wonderful guy. Really just mellow, happy-go-lucky, like psyched dude, and really loves what he does here and is very talented at it. Really keen to see what he can do with this route.
Yeah, and you're noticing some of the information about each climber as they go, and they're putting the APE index, which is the difference in your wingspan and your height, and his is +4 inches, which is pretty good. That gives you a long reach. Now there are some disadvantages occasionally to reach, but generally speaking, mostly an advantage.
Yeah, there's actually been studies done on the advantage/disadvantage factor of APE index and levers, and how people with exceptionally long APE indexes are more prone to injury because of the stress on the levers.
Quite a bit, as we just saw a pick snap because of leverage. You can see this. You know, the same thing can happen to our joints that support that.
And those tools that Kevin's using, pretty special tools. Those are tools that Kevin's pretty much designed himself.
Yeah, this sport does allow for, if you have the ability and know-how, you can create and modify your own. The picks you can get.
I feel like the upper part of the shaft is black diamond, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And then he created his own handle, and then the picks, pretty sure are Krukanogi, but
that seems like a good. That's what it looks like.
The sun just dropping behind the mountain now here. So that is definitely going to play into
It's going to play into our world more than theirs, I have to say.
I was just, it's not going to play into anyone's favor. I was going to say into the favor of the athletes. And I'm like, no, it's definitely going to be colder, but it's going to make a difference, right? It's going to make a difference to these athletes.
It will cool down a bit. I think it's not exceptionally cold today, but certainly it's colder than it was. And for some of these folks, that will be a factor.
I might have to put my hat back on at some point.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Just trying to top up the head tank things, you know?
Yeah, got to even it out.
Exactly. Kevin with just over 6 minutes remaining, moving up into the groove section. Dizzy with a vision.
There's a friend of mine who makes ice axes used to tell me they're kind of like toothbrushes. They all work, but everybody has their favorite style. And to some extent that is true. We're seeing some, you definitely need something made for this sport, but you know, him making his own and modifying them, you just want to get used to what you have and know how it performs and be familiar with that.
Yeah, he's up there now, and this is where we saw Keenan Griskim get a little bit lost.
Yeah, just a little bit right there.
But again, such a bummer with that pick snapping, but it didn't seem to throw him off too much. And he was up into that structure in a pretty decent time. Kevin doing a similar thing, but just a little bit more decisively right now. So into the top of that ice, then up into one of the holds on the right-hand side. Back into the ice.
Yeah, with plenty of time to go. Looks like he's gonna start moving on to the structure here now.
Makes that triangle clip there, just below the structure. And interestingly, he's used that hold on the right-hand side that Keenan opted to skip.
Bypassed.
Another clip there next to that Ouray sign.
All right. Now we'll see him go.
Yeah, this is where we can expect Kevin to pick up the pace. Big reach up into that Stein. And again, he's got it cranked a little bit on the side. Very different type of pick, though. You can see just the blackened steel. It's going to have different properties.
And looks like he's reading it well.
And Kevin, as well, is another athlete that has trained with Marcus Garcia over the years.
Great tension. And now he's into that next portion. Good.
And Kevin has a really strong back. You know, this guy, he's got a really strong back, and look at him engaging those lats.
Great.
To reach over himself into that gold hold. We weren't sure how they would take that, but you can see crosses entirely over his own body with that left hand, matches in on the high grip with the right, makes the clip next to the Colorado lottery sign.
And reach it. There we go.
Nice undercut there. And this is a very powerful position, not as secure as a Stein. Oh, and he's just looking for the sweet spot on that golden nugget there. Oh, not quite. And as I was saying, you can see he's having to really crank into that tool with the left hand, because if he lets that go, he's off.
There he goes. He's just got to
Come on, Kevin.
keep his body tight. And
Just
he'll be
over
able to
2
make it.
minutes. Takes a second. You can see he's really grappling with that tool there.
Oh, good cross.
Crosses over, he catches
Crossover.
it. The crowd really getting behind him now. Over himself again, and he's screaming every effort, giving everything he's got. Come on, Kevin.
That was a great reset, and using the other axe to do that.
Way to keep pushing. And you see the head of that axe in his right hand is shaking a little bit as he's fatiguing. Needs to pull it out the bag now. Reaches across with the right hand into the high grip. Oh, and he's off! Just pumped out there.
Looks like he
Waves
gets
to
caught
the
with a pump
crowd.
up. Great effort.
Listen to them.
Great climb.
Very happy with that. Great effort from Kevin Lindler. Awesome climbing and a provisional first place. Vince, that was awesome. He was really giving it everything there.
Yeah, it was cool to see him, especially just accelerate at the top and empty out the tank.
Solid off the start, and this is where he really started to look at his zone.
Yeah, he used a lot of energy on those moves, which you need to do. Hard not to. And that cross.
I mean, he took a little while to figure that out.
A lot of power.
Sap the energy. Cross to cross. I'm not sure that's how it was set, but it certainly worked. And then pop, little pop of the pick with that right hand, just didn't have any more tension. But as always, big smiles from Kevin Lindler. Awesome climb from him. And he is with Courtney Taylor at the bottom of Box Canyon right now.
I'm right here with Kevin, who is clearly trying to catch his breath. That was a lot of work up there. It was very exciting to watch. Kevin, what was going through your head? We saw you fighting up there, especially on those moves. You were holding some really good tension. Talk us through it.
Oh, it was good. The movement was all super fun. A couple of the holds weren't what I thought, but it was a good time, and wish I had a canister of oxygen up there. So a little high up, but it was a blast. The route setting was so fun.
Which was a hold that felt kind of unexpected to you?
There's a couple. Sorry, I won't say since there's other people around, but
that's fine.
It was figured them out.
That's right.
So, yeah.
How did you maintain your head, your composure as you were working through and trying to figure those out?
Ooh, humming. Trying to relax and not rush the moves. So if I was able to find a rest spot, try to rest when I could. Yeah, it was good. A lot of coffee before.
Awesome. Wonderful. We're going to go let you get warm again, go recover, and go get that oxygen into those lungs. Thanks so much, Kevin. Way to go. Way to climb.
Thank you.
Awesome work there, Kevin Lindler. Thank you, Courtney. And there are our provisional standings so far. Tyler Howe in 4th place. Eric Gomez currently sitting in 3rd place. Ian Weedout in 2nd place. And as you just saw, gave it everything he had. Kevin Lindler currently sitting in 1st. We are now officially past the halfway point in this men's final. And your next athlete in the purple pants of power is Wes Fowler. And before he begins, let's take a look at some more information about him.
I'm Wes Fowler. I'm based out of Boulder, Colorado. I've been climbing since I was a little teenager. It's been my whole life. Last year was not so hot for me. I had a bad time and I blew off rock hold real low down on the root. I thought I was in it, but I wasn't. So I do better than that this year. I'll be doing great. The biggest challenge on a weekend like this is you're starting out with some ice, and I'm thinking I'm gonna climb that ice pretty fast. Thinking about this whole bottom part of the route, just trying to be as efficient as I can in order to have the most energy as I can on the top panel. It's gonna be different every time. And then in years past, I've tried to blaze up the rock as fast as I can. But given my history last year, I'm gonna be a little more conservative, make sure I hit each one of these rock holds as I should, and try to get to that made head wall with as much time remaining as I can.
There he is, ready to climb Wes Fowler of Boulder, Colorado. And he did pop surprisingly low last year. And Vince, as we watched that back there, we both winced.
Yeah, because it came unexpected. It looked almost like a violent fall, but he was okay.
And you touched on this earlier, but Wes is a mountain guide as well.
That's right. Yeah, he takes people up ice and rock climbs as part of his job. And yeah, contrary to what you'd think, it's not always the best thing for staying in that top form, because you're spending a lot of time on easier climbs, and then when you do have time off to go train, you're often tired from doing that.
From setting up pulley systems and hauling
Yeah,
clients.
exactly. Yeah, it's part of living the dream.
Well, hopefully he's feeling fresh today going into this. He has, of course, 9 minutes, just like the rest of the men. And as he said in that video, fast up the ice, gentle through this rock section, and then unleash the beast on the upper ply section. Still blue skies here in Ouray, Colorado, but that sun is very much gone for the day.
Yeah, that's what was replaced.
Temperatures dropping ever so slightly. Somewhat jealous of that crowd over there on the opposite side of the canyon, who are still basking in it.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the the route setters and the ice farmers here do a good job trimming the ice off of the hanging ice on the route here, to not only just to make it a little more difficult climbing, but also to reduce some of the hazards of falling ice. And Wes knows this well. Several years ago, he was hit by a large piece of ice on a day training, I know, and it really broke into his face and did some damage to his eye. And given the extent of the injury he had, he's really done quite well to be able to continue climbing at a high level, and also just not being, you know, traumatized from that event.
Yeah, I mean, get back on the horse, right?
Yeah, it's one of the things about ice climbing. It's still dangerous, even though in the competition environment we try to reduce the risk as much as we can. There's still that element of things can break and fall off from time to time.
Yeah, well, safety first, and this is a competition, and the last thing you want in a comp is for someone to get hurt. Wes Fowler with 6 minutes and 30 seconds thereabouts as he approaches that upper groove on Dizzy with the Vision. Just taking a second to route find, and as Vince has already said, this kind of terrain is very much Wes Fowler's bread and butter, which is all the more why last year was such a shock when he fell low down. No mistakes to that end so far. Don't want to jinx him this year. Wes has always been a threat in that upper section. You know, he's been talked about as someone to watch for a good few years, and I would love to see him climb to his full capacity this year.
Yeah, as would I. Wes is the only person climbing here today that I've had the pleasure of being able to rope up with before. So, yeah, I'd love to see him do as well as he's capable of.
Makes his clip and reaches up into that curtain of ice there that sits just below the main structure.
Pretty mistake-free lower portion so far. This is good. Got a little close-up of Wes's boots there. He's got tape around the ankles to keep him nice and tight so you don't have the heel slip. When you have larger feet, sometimes there's quite a bit more flex in the soles of those boots, and any little more bit of stability you can get is helpful.
He makes that first clip on the structure and reaches up into that right-hand hold. He's up there on the tower now, 40-foot high tower. 4,000 pounds of structure suspended above Box Canyon here in the Ouray Ice Park.
He's putting his long arms length to use, making those longer clips pretty easily.
And there's that Stein. Another one of those Krukanogi picks. Reaches up and makes that clip. So far, he's got plenty of time on the clock. Definitely one of the faster athletes.
He made it up there quickly.
And he's looking very composed.
Now he's on the stability of that Stein, taking just a moment to gain a little bit of recovery. And now things will get hard again for him.
And he just stabs that foot up to get his center of gravity a bit higher, enables him to really lean off that left hand, and there he matched on the tool rather than matching the tools on the hold. Over again with the right hand. Matches in with the left. Really efficient climbing. Great tool IQ here, as you would expect from a mountain guide.
Reading it well.
Decides to match this time with the tools.
Do a cross.
And that looks so good. That high left foot on the volume there, really adjusting his center of gravity.
He did that so he can take that, get that higher grip.
Really smart climbing. Reaches down onto that left hold there. Very much on the tip.
On the side. Hard to tell if that's how you really want to grab it.
He's feeling the same way, I think.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's going to make it pretty hard, actually.
There might be a better spot I can't quite see from here. Well, he's on it now. He's fully committed to it, so we're fixing to find out.
Well, he's going to have to keep all of his weight over to the right-hand side of that and match him with the left tool. Here we go. Let's see what he does. Oh,
Okay,
wow, he's going
now he saw it
underneath.
the other way. Yeah,
Look at
He
that.
was able to adjust.
Wow.
That was smart.
That was really nice climbing. Up with the right hand, just looking for the edge on that one, struggling to find it, just as we saw Kevin.
Just a little bit.
But look at this, 2 minutes, 25 seconds, and I have to say, Vince, he doesn't look tired.
Not especially so. It's a little bit of a hard move to get, and again, with the tension you're going to have to hold to get it.
Perhaps it was set that way, you know, with that crazy crossover as Kevin did it.
Yeah, that crossover seemed to help. And see, he's come back down to rest, shake out, and rethink. It's smart. Instead of push into the unmanageable pump.
That's a pro move right there.
Yep, take a number of deep breaths. Try to get some blood back into those forearms. Probably cycling the grip through his hand. And thinking about the sequence. Looks like he's now gonna set up for the second try at this.
Okay, so up into that undercut with the left hand, a lot of
grip.
tension through that. Look at
He's a
this.
little more decisive about it.
So he goes into the right side, just as we saw Kevin do, but rather than crossing over, he's into it in that backhand position, which means that he has less moves to do, doesn't quite have to use as much tension.
Not as strenuous. of a move.
Really smart.
They're good. See, just simple reach up.
So Kevin had the double crossover. Wes here, just with very simple moves. Very nice climbing indeed.
And then see if he can get there. He just made the hold.
So that right there puts Wes Fowler into provisional first position, still with just over 30 seconds on the clock. Let's go, Wes.
What can he do in 30 seconds? Maybe a lot.
And so he's into that underhanded grip there on the left-hand side of the structure. He's not got much time left, and he really needs to make a move for that next hold, which he hits. And you can see there that steel plate that he's in on the bottom side.
Just. You can get that clip.
Really needs to pick up the pace here.
That may be about it.
Makes the clip. And I think that's
Nice
time.
climbing,
Yeah,
good job.
great effort. Whether or not the clip counts, we'll have to wait and see, but that was a great effort from Wes Fowler, who is in a provisional first place there. Brilliant climbing there, Vince. Brilliant climbing.
Absolutely. That was best we've seen thus far, and I'm sure he's tired. Doesn't show it as much, though. Smart climbing, too. I mean, that was good intelligence.
Yeah, now we're going to see the replay. He moves up nicely. The thing is, he just didn't make anything look particularly hard. Even the hard move, he was able to reverse it, take a second, take a breath, and then made it look easy. You know, he just looked great.
Yeah, did a good job preparing, so he had the endurance to be able to figure out how to rest and recover. I mean, what he was recovering on for most people would not be an easy thing to do. And then the smarts to figure out how to better do it the second go.
And just timing out there at the top, and honestly, that was a really great effort. You know, there's still moves to go after that. You know, he wasn't going to top the route, but definitely the highest we've seen so far. Brilliant composed climbing, and hopefully in just a second, Courtney Taylor will be able to grab him. Look at that. Talk about night and day. Look at them over there in the sunshine, basking. Meanwhile, Vince and I are cuddling for warmth, sharing body heat.
Doing the best we can.
Courtney's down there with Wes Fowler now. Courtney, what does Wes have to say about that one?
All right, yeah, I'm here with Wes. Wes, from here it looked easy. How did it actually feel?
It felt pretty challenging. A lot of like lower percentage moves than a lot of the comp routes I've done in the past. We're using some really modern holds, some very technical holds. It's cool to see that happening. I think that's a function of all the training the locals in Boulder and stuff have been able to do lately. Sorry, I'm very out of breath still.
Okay, thank you.
But our community's had a lot of progress lately. We've had a lot of opportunities to train, a lot of opportunities to use these more challenging holds. And I think that's showing in the routes now, like getting a lot harder.
Did you meet your expectations today, Wes?
I did because I timed out. It's a horrible feeling to pop off of something because you made a dumb mistake. But when you can go until you get time out or you just get tired, it's a way more satisfying way to go.
Right on. Well, it was so much fun to watch, Wes. Always enjoy watching you. So good work. And right now you're sitting at the top of the provisional leaderboard. So congratulations on that and good luck. Thanks so much, Wes.
Being here. Thank you.
Guaranteed third place. Thank you so much, Courtney. And taking his jacket off and getting ready to climb is Ouray Ice Fest winner and last year's last year's unfortunate loser, Tyler Kempny. We have a quick profile on him before he starts climbing. Let's learn more about Tyler.
I'm Tyler Kempny. I'm the owner of the Ice Coop Climbing Gym and member of the USA team. This year in the competition, my goal is to follow the rules and climb the best that I can. Last year I crossed the red line and got disqualified, which was a big bummer.
No, Tyler!
I mean, I had fun. Really, it's just behind me now. I've been waiting all year for this. I want to get that first, second, or third.
Let's hear it for Tyler! Yeah!
When you tie in, really the best thing I can do is I get some sort of song in my head that has a cadence that I can keep going to, just to keep everything out. Once I start climbing, I almost hear nothing. It's really this place that I get to just execute. I don't know if I have any emotion. It's just next move, next move, next move. What we're gonna see this weekend on the comp tower, it's like, yeah, people can feel pressured, but I almost don't feel pressured because I get to watch the ice vault. Now, I get to watch all these people that have been training all year and having fun with it now get to showcase what they've learned. It's going to be a phenomenal year. Everyone stay tuned and watch this thing.
And yeah, there is Tyler Kempny already making great progress through that route. Aphrodisiac, 30 years old with a plus 1.5 inch ape index. Also one of the taller competitors. Look at that, just leaving his tool there. Confident climbing. He did, of course, place 8th here last year with that absolute shocker in the finals where he was disqualified because he placed his tool out of bounds. You'll see this year there are no out of bounds zones. The only things you can't use are the edges of the structure, which is basically like the underside. So Tyler is not in danger of that this year. He did, of course, reconcile himself with a win at Ouray Ice Fest 2 weeks ago. He went to Saas-Fee last weekend and placed 5th, so has a current world ranking of 5th, and here he is today. As Keenan said before, easily one of the most consistent competitors and biggest threats to that top spot for the North American Championship here this weekend. But let's see what he does today. Vince, Tyler is actually owner now of the Ice Coop in Boulder, Colorado. What's it like to have a training center like that at your fingertips?
Yeah, it's going to be a big asset to be able to train exactly the way you're going to be competing. And it was the first of its kind out here in the United States, and since then there's been a few other places that have simulated it. And before that, people had their like home gym network and things like that to train on, but never with the specificity that he has there.
Sure, and I guess the real differentiator is the fact that it's commercial. You know, you can turn up there as a non-climber, rent some tools, go get some instruction, and learn how to essentially dry tool, you know, on a comp style setting.
Yeah, and honestly, I've utilized the gym here with my own clientele, some of which are, you know, they're never going to be world-class athletes, but it's a good way just to train them how to use these things on rock and ice in a more controlled and certainly warmer environment, to say the least.
So there he goes there with that left hand in the very top of the ice there.
Yeah, Tyler's doing really well on an international level now, which is good to see. We historically haven't had a lot of American men do quite as well when you get into the international scene.
I mean, it's purely down to the training facilities because there's not a shortage of strong men. You know, 22,000 athletes come into Ouray every year to climb ice. There's not a shortage of climbers, but having that facility and the ability to jump between holds, you know, to take those stainless steel plates and use them dynamically. That's what makes the difference. That's what the Russians are doing week in, week out. That's what the Koreans are doing week in, week out. Same with the French. And so Tyler now being able to do that, along with some of the other climbers that we're seeing in this final, that's what's really making the difference. As we saw with Keenan, youth world champion. It's huge. Here he goes now up onto that structure. Takes one of those aforementioned stainless steel holds. Absolutely cruised up there with 4 minutes 30 seconds, about the same pace as Wes Fowler at this point.
Yes.
But where Wes kind of stayed in that rhythm, I would expect to see Tyler accelerate right now.
Tyler's cranking it up a notch right now.
Now, it wasn't comfortable on that hold, and you saw that foot. He like went to kick and then reset it, yeah. Matches in with that left hand. So he's got 2 tools on that tiny edge, reaches up with the right hand there to the tip of that orange volume. Look at that, it's like a matchstick. Breathe in as he just tries to set that right foot. Engages that bicep there to go up with the right hand.
Takes it with the high grip, backhanded high grip.
Really smart move, again. Efficient climbing, enables him to just kick in, reach up and make the clip, and then immediately set himself for that next move. So he goes straight into the undercut. And let's see if he can go straight up and use that power. Look at that. Vince, that is strong climbing right there.
He makes it look like it's not so hard.
Really, really strong work from Tyler Kempny. Up with the left hand into that next hold. Again, just setting his feet.
Yeah, he's moving efficiently, so barring some big mistake, I think we're going to see him cruise on upwards.
Don't do that,
I don't want to.
Oh my gosh!
I can't believe I had said that.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe he just did that.
Yes, that's terrible. He was climbing so well.
That is
Very
what we call
smooth.
the commentator's curse, and Tyler has you to thank. But that was an incredible effort. After looking so solid, he just popped. We'll see that in the replay in just a second. But yeah, I have to say, a surprise.
Very surprising.
From Tyler. Let's see if we can catch that back. So he was solid as a rock moving through here. Easy moves, strong in the shoulders. I mean, he was significantly more efficient than Wes was. Look at this. High feet. This is how it was set. Take it, make it.
Just
so good. Okay, so let's watch this closely.
Not quite reading it, right?
So he had the left tool just in position, and as he went to commit with that left hand, didn't catch it quite right. That then brought his weight down, the center of gravity dropped, and then the right popped,
quite
and that was
compensate for that
right.
drop.
That edge on his right hand just wasn't quite enough for him to hold it, and that's such a bummer. Really intrigued to hear what Tyler has to say about that. Courtney, Tyler pops off that right hand. What does he have to say?
Yeah, I'm here with Tyler. Tyler, talk us through. We saw the tool come off, but what actually happened up there?
No idea. I just flew through the air. Yeah, so I don't know. It's kind of a surprise. I didn't expect to pop off. So I don't really have anything else to say.
Do you
Just
feel
surprised.
like was the hold kind of, you knew the hold, you knew how to take the hold, just those the breaks?
Yep, I'll see in the footage what I did, but I'm not sure what happened.
So besides that, up until then, what was going through your head? You looked like you had a really good rhythm going, really good pace. What was going through your head?
Nothing. Yeah, just blank. But that's the best. I climb the best when there's nothing going through my head. So, I don't know. It was interesting. Took a fall.
Well, that's all right. We're going to let you go catch your breath again, Tyler, but thanks
good.
so much, and
Yeah,
it was
thank
still
you.
fun to watch. Way to
Thank
go.
you. Yep.
It was incredibly fun to watch, and thanks so much, Courtney, and great effort, Tyler. Commiserations. What a shame for him. 3rd place right now, behind Kevin Lindler, and of course, Wes Fowler, 1st place. After that exceptional effort, climbing up there to the top left-hand side of the structure. Next climber. There he is on your screens right now. That's Noah Bergman, another member of Team Ice Coop. And of course, his name forever will now be Noah Chicken Soup Bergman, because as you're about to see, he competed for the first day in a chicken suit. Vince, I've been doing this a long time. You've been doing this even longer. Have you ever seen anyone climbing a chicken suit before?
That's a first for me. I've seen a variety of other creative costumes, or lack thereof, we'll say, at the Ice Festival. But from Speedos to other kind of creative things. But the chicken suit's the first one.
It's the tail for me. You know, the wings are great. They work so well, but that tail, it's got a little bit of rigidity to it. You know, it sticks out.
Yeah, it creates a little ballast for you.
Wow. Well, fair play to Noah for not only topping the route on the first day, but then topping the route on the second day and qualifying in first position. And everything to play for, you know, biggest chance, or rather biggest competition for first place was arguably Tyler Kempny. He's taken that low fall, and so now Noah has only Wes Fowler to beat if he wants to be crowned UIAA Ice Climbing North American Champion. Now, I've just been told that Noah did the chicken dance before he started. There it is. Wow, that's I think chicken dance or chicken suit is going to have to be his nickname from now on.
Might be catching on.
Yeah. Okay, so up onto the ice, straight into the bottom of Mighty Aphrodite, which links rightwards into Dizzy with a Vision. Noah Bergman is our final athlete today in this competition. You already saw our women's round earlier. If you missed that, fear not. You'll be able to watch the whole thing available on YouTube as a replay pretty much instantly after this competition's over. Kat Shirley reigned victorious. Spoiler alert, should have said that before, never mind. And we are literally about to find out whether Wes Fowler has done enough to be crowned North American champion or whether Noah Bergman can pip him to the top spot of the podium. We will have a full awards ceremony after this, so do stay tuned for that. We'll be over by the Box Canyon Falls barn. Here goes Noah. And there's a hubbub in the crowd, Vince, I'm hearing. There's a...
Yeah, you can tell there's a lot of energy. People are pretty excited to see how this pans out.
Yeah, people are psyched for this. A relatively unknown climber that's just moving so well right now.
He's moving great this far. Yeah, he's really able to move his feet up high relative to his body.
And he's from Roseville, Minnesota. But as we've seen, he's a fan of the ice coupe. Has goals of competing on the European and world circuits. Moving now into the upper section of the groove.
People are getting pretty excited now.
Yeah, they're really gathered out here. I'd say there's, upwards of 150 folks perhaps spread out around.
Obviously, he's the last competitor, so the others are out here as well cheering him on.
For sure.
Pretty cool. One of the things I like about this sport, it seems like there's a lot of camaraderie and people cheering one another on, even their competitors.
Could not agree more. Yeah, there's such a team spirit across all of the athletes. The same can be said of the World Cup as well. You know, it's not just teams cheering each other on. It is literally country for country. Everybody is psyched for each other to do well and give their best performances. I remember the first time that Alexei Dengin took a gold medal, which was actually in Durango, Colorado. And the first people to grab him were Gordon MacArthur of Canada and one of the route setters, I can't remember which one. You know, that was is the atmosphere. You know, it's international. It is such a community, and everybody is really rooting for everybody else to the fullest degree.
Here we go. Similar timing to what we saw with Wes and Tyler.
Pretty much exactly halfway now. 4 minutes 30 of 9 minutes remaining. Reaching for a high clip there. Good, makes it. And you see a little slip, and that's the thing with these comp-style crampons, they're just not super good in the ice. Thankfully, he's straight on the plywood now. This is where we're going to see Noah start to look a little bit more comfortable. This is what he's used to. So, he takes the Stein. Big reach up with that left hand. into to that marginal hold. Look at that, he's really accelerating now.
Yep.
And he's just trying to figure out whether he should match or not. Look, he's reaching down. I think he's actually behind the hold. I think that's what happened there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He wasn't quite on the edge.
He realized it, which is good.
Yeah. There he is.
Corrected.
And let's hope that's not throwing him too much. Crosses over himself.
That's a good crossover if he gets it.
Yeah, he does need to match there. It's going to be much easier for him. Really getting behind him now in the crowd. Come on, Noah Bergman.
Doing it without the cross.
Oh, and he just misses that right hand, but he's still in there. He needs to bump that right foot up a little bit. There it is. Bit of extra height gives him the extra reach, and he's still not quite got it. Precious time, and it's a tiring position to be in. This is where he's going to have to dig into a reserve. Hits it now, oh, and he's popped again. Oh, and he's off. That's a great effort from Noah Bergman. Big round of applause from the crowd. And there you go, Vince. That's him falling off of that orange diamond. Not the only one to fall there. Eric Gomez did the same. But with that now means that we have provisional rankings. And that puts Wes Fowler on the top spot. North American champion. Let's take a look at the replay before we go deeper into that. So he went up onto that. He was looking so strong, fast, aggressive, confident. And then...
Yeah, I had to wonder that the crowd is really behind him. And I think that encouraged him to just go for it. And perhaps a little time to shake out. He could have regained some of it. It's hard to say.
Possibly. The thing for me was when he caught that hold wrong, you know, when you do that, that really breaks your flow.
Yeah.
And he had to come back down to the stein, reposition. Maybe that played a factor there. Still, first ever finals.
Incredible climbing.
Yeah, like exceptional effort. And Courtney's down there with him now. Courtney Taylor, you're with Noah Bergman. The chicken dance didn't quite work out this time. How's he feeling?
Yeah, I'm lucky to grab Noah here, who's, of course, just got a giant smile on his face because Noah's always so positive. Noah, go ahead and give us your first thoughts there on the route.
Well, it was pretty difficult. I needed the chicken suit. I missed that. I think that was a key piece of data that I totally overthought and left at home. But next time, we won't forget it.
So Noah, any thoughts on the route setting this year, both in qualifiers and today in the finals?
Route setting was super fun. Definitely a good route. You know, I just didn't feel quite warmed up for that move, and that is what it is. So that's how comps go.
Well, Noah, we know that you're still pretty new into the competitive dry tooling world, but here you are sitting, you know, you were a top qualifier coming into finals. What's been your preparation? What's kind of been part of your journey as far as all the training and all the hard work you've been putting in?
Try and just do new stuff as often as possible. As you said, I'm new. I'm learning every time I go to the gym, at a comp, everywhere I go. I love to ask questions, and that's what I got out of this season. So much learning. It was great.
Awesome. Well, again, Noah, you're always so much fun to watch. Love the great attitude. Love the big smile on your face as you came down. So thanks so much for being a part of it, and congratulations on a good climb.
Thanks so much, Courtney. Courtney, you did a great job today. Thank you. And there is your leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. 8th place was Keenan Griskim with that shock fall. Tyler Howe above him in 7th. Noah Bergman above him in 6th. Eric Gomez in 5th. Ian Weedout in 4th. Tyler Kempny, again, another shocker for him, but this time at least finishes with bronze medal in 3rd. Kevin Lindler, a solid effort, taking silver. Wes Fowler, mountain guide, and friend of Vince, takes 1st place and his first ever North American Championship. Vince, that was an amazing competition. Really interesting that the two climbers that we kind of tipped for the top spot, Keenan and Tyler, both had those shock exits. What was your take on everything?
Yeah, I mean, great climbing overall. Good day, and I love the positive energy we saw with people. Yeah, as you always do have some surprises. We had the pick break, of course, and that was crazy, and again a couple unexpected slips with others. But by and large, I thought it was pretty exciting on all counts.
Was there a particular moment or particular ascent, attempt, whatever, that was your highlight of today?
Hard to say. I mean, good to see Tyler do well after having the difficulty with last year's Ouray Festival. And then again, you know, seeing Wes, of course, climb well. Someone I've climbed with. That's awesome to see. I've climbed with a North American champ.
Yeah, you have. What about the women's competition? Anything to kind of comment on there? What was a highlight for you?
Yeah, I loved watching the international competitors. Haruko, it was awesome to see people doing so well, and some of the inspiring movement we saw with the figure fours and a little different style of movement.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know Courtney enjoyed it down there. It's been an absolute blast. And we aren't done yet. Do stay tuned for the award ceremony that will be coming soon. What an amazing competition. Remember, you can watch this broadcast back if you didn't manage to catch it all. The replay will be available on YouTube on the Ouray Ice Park channel. Such an incredible day. Keenan Griskim there with that pick snap. The beautiful setting, the perfect weather. It's just been an amazing event. Big thank you to all the folks at the Ouray Ice Park for putting this on, for all those key sponsors at the likes of Colorado Tourism, Colorado Film and Television Commission, all these people and organizations that without this broadcast would not have been possible. Big thank you, of course, to my team today, Citizen Pictures, Joe up in the van and all his crew, to Courtney Taylor down in the bottom of the canyon, to Vince Anderson, who's put up with me for far too many hours now. And of course, a huge thank you to everybody at home. You've all been absolutely awesome. Thanks for your support. And hopefully we'll be back with another broadcast next year. Couple minutes time, we will be live with the award ceremony. Don't go anywhere. My name's Liam Lonsdale. Catch you in a few.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Yeah, I got you there.
And welcome back to the Ouray Ice Park. We're stood here now above the Box Canyon Falls, and right we have Executive Director of the Ice Park, Peter O'Neill. Peter, what an incredible event. I know that this was a lot, you know, even to just get it off the ground. I know you want to thank some people. Talk to me.
You know, there are a lot of people to thank, Liam. We could not have done this without, first of all, this crowd that is gathered here. Our ice farmers, our rangers, our sponsors like the Colorado Lottery, like all of our industry sponsors. It was truly a community effort to help make this happen. And I'm just incredibly grateful that it happened. The first UIAA comp in Ouray, Colorado.
It was a stunning success, absolutely sensational competition. Was there a personal highlight for you?
You know, I think if I had to choose one athlete, to see Kat Shirley top the route with seconds to spare, I mean, the crowd went wild. It was sensational.
It was indeed. Peter, thank you so much for everything you've done on behalf of all of the community. You've crushed it. It's been an amazing event. And without further ado, shall we get the podiums going?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Liam.
Awesome. Okay, so without further ado, we can announce your top 3 women and top 3 men and present them with the medals. Let's check that everybody here is listening. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Make some noise for your 3rd place bronze medalist today. It's Corey Buhay. Second place and silver medalist, Haruko Takayuchi. Got to find her though. We've lost her. She was here, but now she's gone. There she is. Come on, Haruko. And let's make some noise for your new North American UIAA ice climbing champion, Kat Shirley. Courtney Taylor giving out the medals there, and there they are. That's your podium. Amazing work. And there they are, folks. Corey Buhay in 3rd place, Haruko Takayuchi of Japan in 2nd, and Kat Shirley, your new North American ice climbing champion. Okay, thanks, ladies. And now, let's get the men in. 3rd place and a bronze medal. Make some noise for Tyler Kempny. Two weeks ago, Tyler was top spot here at the Ouray Ice Festival. 5th place in the World Championships last week, and takes a bronze medal here for the UIAA North American Ice Climbing Championship. 2nd place, silver medal. It's a sterling effort for Kevin Lindler. Awesome work from longtime USA team member Kevin Lindler, who takes that silver medal. And your new UIAA Ice Climbing North American champion, make some noise for the Purple Pants of Power, Wes Fowler! There they are, folks. Top 3 men in the country. Incredible event, an incredible finale here at the UIAA Ice Climbing North American Championships. Thanks, guys. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. And so that brings us to the close of this year's first North American Championship here in Ouray, Colorado. It's been a sensational event. The crowd have been amazing. The athletes have been amazing. And you folks at home have been equally amazing. My name's Liam Lonsdale. It's been a privilege to be here with you all. And let's hope we can do this again next year.